and afternoon sessions capture insights from executives in Taiwanese companies. We hope you get involved in these conversations through the WebEx platform, which has functionality to submit questions in writing. You may also use the chat function to let us know if you face any technical difficulties. We have 2 discussion sessions for you this morning on the topics of 5G landscape and licensing, and we will be back in the afternoon with talks on Taiwan's 5G economy and innovation strategy. But first, I would like to thank Taiwan's Industrial Development Bureau under Ministry of Economic Affairs and the Industrial Technology Research Institute. Their support has been crucial to today's event. I also would like to thank all the partners and speakers for investing time and effort. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Liu Zhenghua, Director General of Industrial Development Bureau, Ministry of Economic Affairs, for opening remarks.
各位女士、各位先生，大家早安。首先，仅代表经济部工业局欢迎各位出席与 IAM 合作办理的创新科技论坛。第5代移动通讯世代的来临，由于其具有传输速度更快、高频宽、高密度以及低延迟等特性，而有利于发展大数据、AI、物联网等服务，使得2021年各种新兴技术风起云涌，除了改变民众的生活习惯与需求，也让企业的智能转型带来新的活力，并驱动产业创新的发展与升级。依据 Cisco 年度网际网络报告预测，2023年网际网络用户会占全球人口的66%。其中，行动网络的需求将持续攀升。透过 5G 技术进行跨域跨业整合之后，将开创全新的服务模式。在未来， 5G 技术将促使 IoT 设备普及，大量的数据运用将驱动智慧交通、智慧安防、智慧环境、智慧照护、智慧治理等创新服务，进而有效分配既有资源，提升民众的生活品质，达到永续发展的城市目标。因此 5G 足以引起另一个工业革命，尤其对于半导体及通讯技术的发展将扮演重要的角色。而进入 5G 时代，智慧财产更是企业征战商场不可或缺的利器。拥有质与量并重的智慧财产权，才能透过创新技术的领先以及防御竞争对手，保持市场的优势。台湾在行动通讯、资通讯及半导体方面拥有坚实基础，尤其在半导体产业有台积电、联电等公司享誉全球，具备良好发展 5G 条件。从美国专利资料库的统计分析报告也显示，2020年台湾在美国的专利核准数超过1万件，是美国专利数量前6大国。相较于2019年，核准数的成长幅度也超过5%。其中，在全球 5G 标准宣告专利数的前30大企业当中，台湾企业包括联发科、华硕、鸿海、宏达电等等，也显示台湾企业的研发与制裁布局的实力优异表现。在面对 5G 技术所带来的产业结构改变、新的商业契机之际，台湾在2021年核定了6大核心战略产业推动方案，已将 5G 列为重点产业政策之一，以松绑、创新、实证、链结等策略，全力发展各式 5G 电信价值服务及垂直应用，打造台湾为适合 5G 创新运用发展的环境。目前台湾在 5G 的发展上面，对外与美国发布台美 5G 共同宣言，包括提升全球对 5G 网络风险认知，共同发展合适的 5G 标准准则与最佳实务作为。对内则透过 5G 创新应用的验证、开放系统的建制、 5G 应用服务，带动制造链等策略，来扩大5G 应用，并实现5G 通讯万物联网的目标。我们预计2035年能为台湾创造1000亿美元以上的总产值。所以今天的论坛特别以5G 产业的制裁策略为主题，分别从全球及台湾的角度，以法规、授权经验、专利布局、企业经营策略等不同面向，透过国际专家们的专业见解，让与会贵宾了解5G 经济与智慧财产的实践价值。今天同时也是台湾创新技术博览会线上展览的第2天。博览会除了展示国内外300家机构近1000件的创新研发成果之外，其中更有来自超过20个国家、近100个国际机构，包括德国西门子、美国 Cisco、泰国 NASDA 以及新加坡南洋理工大学等单位的参展，并且办理近180场次的技术发表会，欢迎各位踊跃上线共襄盛举。最后再次感谢各位来宾的参与，预祝今天的论坛圆满成功，谢谢大家。
And now it's my pleasure to introduce keynote speaker this morning, Tomonori Beku. Mr. Beku is General Manager of Intellectual Property Department at Nissan Motor. With more than 30 years experience in IP, Mr. Beku is leading Nissan's IP portfolio management, licensing and litigation, as well as promoting collaboration with business partners from IP perspective. Mr. Beku is also the president of Japan Intellectual Property Association. Now welcome Mr. Beku for keynote speech.
Okay, thank you very much, Ben. Can you hear me?
So we can, yeah, all good.
Okay, thank you. Let me share the documentation. Okay. Just a second, please. Okay. So I'm Tomonori Beku, the president of Japan Intellectual Property Association. It's my great honor to be invited to IPBC Taiwan today and have an opportunity to make a keynote speech. As been introduced me, I'm the general manager of IP department at Nissan Motor Corporation. But today I'd like to make a keynote speech as president of Japan Intellectual Property Association, JIPA. So here is the today's here is the agenda of today's my presentation. First of all, I would like to introduce JIPA, and then I will explain a beyond 5G strategy movements in Japan. There are two folds. One is the beyond 5G promotion strategy by Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communication. And second is interim report on licensing environment of CEP by Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry. And thirdly, I would like to touch upon what IP can contribute to SDGs, especially SDG number 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. So, first of all, introduction of JIPA. Here is the objectives of JIPA. JIPA aims to assist with the appropriate use of intellectual property systems and improvement thereof, to contribute to member corporations' business opportunities, and also to promote the sound progress of technology and development of Japanese industries. The key characteristics of JIPA are national IP organization, a non-profit organization, and non-governmental organization. Here are some statistics of JIPA. we have more than 1,300 members, companies or organizations from 12 countries. And we have more than 700 IP practitioners joining in 21 committees and 8 projects. And we have we made 30 opinions submitted to authorities in 7 countries abroad in FY20. And we also have learning programs in FY19, 15,000 plus enrollments we had for the 4,400 hours of classes and 140 courses. And publications and communications, we listed 165 expert articles in our monthly bulletins. And we issued 4 books of manuals and research reports in FY20. This slide shows member companies with logos, company logos. We have metal machinery groups, electronics groups, chemistry groups, and others. Sorry. Sorry. Okay. This slide shows the policy strategy projects. We have 8 projects. One is the Global Counterfeit Countermeasures Project, Japan-China Cooperation Project, WIPO Project, International Policy Project, JIPA IP Symposium Project, Next Generation Contents Project. This is regarding copyright system and related fields in the era of AI, big data, and Fourth Industrial Revolution projects, and SDGs projects. Now move to second agenda, Beyond 5G strategy movements in Japan. First of all, Beyond 5G promotion strategy by Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communication. This was issued in 2020, last year. So first of all, expectations for society in the 2030s. There will be cyber physical systems, so-called CPS. The CPS provides integration of cyberspace and the physical space, and also transition to a data-driven society, where we can see new forms of value creation by using big data and transformation of tacit knowledge into explicit knowledge, and predicting the future by analyzing the past, and switch over from partial optimization to total optimization. And ultimately, this CPS, cyber physical system, leads to realization of Society 5.0. Japanese government defines Society 5.0 as stated here, a human-centered society that balances economic advancement with the resolution of social problems by a system that highly integrates cyberspace and physical space. And expectation of society in the 2030s continued. There would be a resilient and vigorous society, which has 3 pillars. One is inclusive, a society where everyone can play an active role regardless of their attributions, such as locations, nationalities, ages, and handicaps. Second pillar is sustainable, a society growing sustainably and efficiently without social loss. And third pillar is dependable, a human-centered society where safety and security are ensured, and trust is secured even under unprecedented circumstances. and challenges to the realization of beyond 5G. It is essential to strengthen R&D in the cutting-edge technologies. Network designs need to be based on brand new ideas. New social issues are emerging, such as AI accountability and trust of information in cyberspace. And active efforts by the government is indispensable in tackling these issues in order to effectively boost initiatives by the private sector. And also, it is necessary to create international collaboration frameworks with strategic partners to promote research and development, as well as international standardization in cutting-edge technologies. Among the Beyond 5G promotion strategy, there are basic principles. First, global first. To always having a global perspective with recognition of for the acceleration of cross-border activities in the Beyond 5G era. Second, building ecosystems to drive innovation based on system designs that actively encourage free and agile initiatives by diverse players. Third, intensification of resources. Fixed-term resources on high-priority measures to enable Japanese players to participate effectively in global collaborations. And then R&D strategy. The R&D strategy goal is for the government, for the Japanese government, to actively conduct and assist R&D into communication technologies that global markets will need for beyond 5G. And to sequentially start to establish and standardize at 3GPP and other organizations elemental technologies from around 2025, leading to beyond 5G service launch around 2030. This slide shows the functions required for beyond 5G. In the center of this slide, it shows current 5G. It has high speed, massive capacities, low latency, and multiple simultaneous connections. But these existing functions need to be further improved. That is, ultra high speed, massive capacities, 10 times of current 5G speeds, and 100 times of, access communication speeds should be 10 times that of 5G, and core communication speeds should be 100 times of current speeds. And ultra low latency, 1/10 of current 5G. And huge number of multiple simultaneous connections, 10 times that of 5G. On top of further advancement of current 5G, we need additional functions. They are ultra-low power consumptions, autonomous, extensible, and ultra-secure and reliable. Now move to intellectual property and the standardization strategies. Objectives are to incorporate technical requirements based on Japan's R&D outcomes and other priorities in international standards at 3GPP, ITU, and other organizations, starting from around 2025, with the aim of lowering supply chain risks in the beyond 5G market and creating market entry opportunities. Along with the early construction of strategic partner collaboration frameworks, Japan will aim to acquire more than 10% of essential beyond 5G patents by 2030 to secure international competitiveness and bargaining power. This slide shows the Beyond 5G promotion strategy roadmap from 2020 up to 2030. This is SDG target year. And phase divided into two. The first phase is advanced implementation phase up to 2025, and then acceleration phase. As I explained, there are IP standardization strategy and R&D strategy, which leads to deployment. Now, I'll explain interim report on licensing environment of CEP by Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry. On July 26, 2021, this year, the METI has issued an interim report that indicates the results of the discussion in the study group on licensing environment of CEP. Our study group sets the following 5 directions. First, increasing disputes involving CEP licensing among different industries and the situation of Japanese companies. Second, a necessity of setting rules on CEP licensing negotiations processes, such as rules on information provision between parties related to the negotiation. Third, patent pools. Fourth, joint licensing negotiations by multiple implementers. And 5, burdens on licensing within the supply chain. So first of all, I'd explain increasing disputes involving CEP licensing among different industries and the situations of Japanese companies. Anticipating an increase in the use of standards in the future with the advancement of the fourth industry revolution, the study group discussed how to analyze the increasing disputes involving CEP licensing among different industries around the world and the situation of Japanese companies. And the study group derives the following direction. Dispute involving CEP licensing among different industries are expected to increase in the future. And various industries in Japan are at risk of being involved in the dispute. So the Japanese government, in addition to supporting research and development, will consider the measures to deal with the disputes from the standpoint of the development of Japanese industries and externally disseminate the results of the consideration. The second direction, a necessity of setting rules on CEP licensing negotiation process, such as rules on information provisions between the parties. The study group discussed what the rules should be based on the current situation, the problem faced by the parties with the negotiation caused by low predictability and transparency due to the absence of clear rules on the licensing negotiation process, and the purpose of setting rules on licensing negotiation process based on such situation. The direction derived is as follows. The Japanese government will promptly consider and externally disseminate rules on good faith negotiations that should be complied with by both CEP holders and implementers, taking into account international discussions in order to realize an appropriate licensing environment through improvement of transparency and predictability of the CEP licensing negotiation processes. The third direction, patent pools. The study group discussed the utilization of patent pools in which multiple CEP holders' rights are concentrated on a specific management organization and then licensed through such an organization. The direction derived is that patent pools will be utilized as one measure for licensing steps as the number of steps increases. The Japanese government will consider the measures for encouraging good faith negotiations by ensuring transparency of their licensing terms, and so on, taking account of such a situation. The fourth direction, joint licensing negotiations by multiple implementers. The study group discussed a mechanism in which multiple implementing companies jointly negotiate licenses. And the direction derived is that the Japanese government will consider the measures to conduct horizontal joint negotiations, which will not cause competition law concerns. We should be careful about the anti-competition law. And fifth direction, joint licensing negotiations. Sorry, maybe this is this typo. Yeah, supply chain. I'm sorry, this is a typo. The study group discussed the burden of companies in the supply chain. And the direction derived is that there were opinions that burdens on licensing within the supply chain, such as patent indemnification, varies greatly depending on individual circumstances, and it is difficult to set unified rules. So it is important for the Japanese government to consider a larger direction, such as allocation of burdens in entire commercial distribution, including the distribution from semiconductor supply to service provision, and to get the picture of the facts. Now, let me move to the third agenda, what IP can contribute to SDGs, especially goal number 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. As you know, the United Nations set SDGs, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, is the most ambitious development agenda in human history. It is a roadmap to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that all people live in peace and prosperity. And IP is a critical incentive for innovation and creativity, which in turn are key to the success of the SDGs. This is a citation from WIPO homepage. And I would like to share with you this SDG 9, Industry, Innovation, and Infrastructure. There are 8 targets to achieve the goal and 12 indicators to monitor the progress, among which I would focus on target 9C, which says significantly increase access to information and communications technology, and strive to provide universal and affordable access to the internet in least developed countries by 2020. An indicator for this is proportion of population covered by a mobile network by technology. And the progress right now is as follows. The rollout of mobile broadband networks slowed in 2020. Almost 85% of the global population was covered by a 4G network at the end of 2020, following a twofold increase in coverage since 2015. However, annual growth has been slowing gradually since 2017, with the result that coverage in 2020 was only 1.3 percentage points higher than in 2019. So target 9C says by 2020, but SDGs aiming 2030. And as I explained, the Japanese government roadmap is aiming to 2030. And this is not the goal. So with the further improvement of technology, telecommunication infrastructures, we should, of course, improve more to achieve the SDG number 9. And as I mentioned, IP is a critical incentive to promote the further development of telecommunications, 5G, or beyond 5G. And also, IP should be an important role to secure access by everyone to the new technology. So I think we should keep in mind that the 5G or beyond, the new technology, as well as IP relating that technology, should contribute to the SDGs. Our society, the sustainability of our society, and our planet. So that's all my presentation. And I would pause for the question or comments for attendees. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that insightful keynote, Mr. Beku. I hope that our attendees really enjoyed it. So I will give everyone a couple of minutes to finalize any questions that they may have using the Q&A function. For those of you attending, you are able to find that under the three dots on the right-hand side of your screen. Whilst we're waiting for any Q&A, if I could invite the panelists for the first session to turn on their videos and microphones, please.
How does that sound? Good, Rebecca? Okay.
Wonderful. Right. It doesn't seem like we have any questions from the audience just at the moment. So it falls to me to very much thank Tomonori Beku for joining us this morning from Japan and his role as president of Japan Intellectual Property Association for a very insightful keynote on IP, antitrust, and technology leadership in the era of 5G. And it brings me great pleasure to bring to you the first of two of our morning panel discussions, all revolving once again around the intellectual property concerns, issues, and insight in the world of 5G. So for our first opening session this morning, we will be discussing the patent world of 5G and 6G. And here to discuss this session is Patricio Delgado, Vice President of Pricing and Friend Compliance, IPR and Licensing from Erickson, Aaron Kraft, Senior Patent Counsel at Micron Technology, Mark Cokes, CIPO from NantWorks, and to help facilitate such a diverse conversation is Michael Connolly, Vice President of Operations at WIT Legal. Michael, are you ready for me to hand over to you?
Good morning or good evening, I guess, depending on where you are right now. Yeah, that sounds great.
Awesome.
Will we just get everybody on the same page, or are you going to do that? Like in terms of their pictures?
Oh, yes, sorry. We'll handle that.
Okay.
just a quick reminder for the attendees, if you've got any questions at all during the session, please use the Q&A to get your questions across to the speakers. And then Michael, over to you.
Thank you so much. Rebecca introduced everybody, and I think we have, I can't see, but I think we've got everybody here. Aaron, I see you. In addition to what this panel does now, two of the three, Aaron and Patricio, have private practice in their background. Dr. Coates, Mark, has been at Networks, but before that, BlackBerry, I might get this wrong, HTC, Sony, Nokia, and is the most educated engineer of this bunch. As I stopped immediately after my material science degree in undergrad. The reason I'm here is because I come from litigation for a long time. I was at McDermott Will & Emery out of DC. Then I ran several monetization campaigns in the patent world. And now I build a lot of expert teams that deal with the SEP licensing issues faced both within the cellular wireless world, but also in the automotive and some other spaces. So we've got a very interesting group. And to all of you, I thought we'd maybe start this off with a kind of a look back, look forward, because you all have spanned to varying degrees the 4G to 5G licensing switchover. And you know, it was interesting too, watching the prior keynote, this notion that Japan's goal by 2030 is to have 10% of all standard essential patents. It's I think indicative of what has gone on between 4G and 5G and the explosion of numbers of identified essential patents. But you know, maybe Aaron, we could start off with you. Have you seen a difference between how 4G and 5G is being approached when it comes to trying to understand the patent landscape that's out there?
Mike, I think you're seeing more players being more aggressive in their patenting activity. So I think there's been, you know, a wide recognition in the value of standard essential patent portfolios, and it seems like there are more folks than just the traditional, you know, big telecom licensees that you might think of in the wireless landscape that are getting in the game. To me, that seems like the biggest change, just kind of from the 4G to 5G jump.
Patricio, you've been through this, kind of going back through, you know, that I guess, you know, really when 4G was really kind of moving as a licensing, you know, at least some of those early first 5-year sessions, and then now into this. How do you view the, you know, is the landscape changed in your side of things?
So going back, let's say 10 years, there are some companies that were major contributors to standardization. I can think of, for example, Motorola, that sort of fell off the map. And then some new players over the last decade have started to come in and make a bigger impact. You know, for example, Huawei has grown in its contributions to the 3GPP community. And so there has been, you know, a slight change, let's say at the margins of the major contributors, you know, who is contributing more. 5G, it's taken us, you know, the community and Erickson in particular, 10 years to build. And so we've been seeing, you know, who is a major player from the start, you know, really contributing their technology into the standard, and then who sort of is coming in, you know, during the later standardization process and trying to impact the standard at that point. And it's you know, the core set of companies who were contributing in the past continue to do so, but I think, like you said, Aaron, there have been more players trying to make an impact, and we're seeing that. We're seeing it become a matter of national pride to contribute. And I think we heard a little bit of a flavor of that in the earlier presentation. So, that's impacting the dynamics as well. So those are the major things. Now, at the same time, we still have the FRAND commitment that protects all of us, who implement the standard and who contribute. It continues to protect us, and so, that in a way is a form of continuity that we've experienced.
Mark, you've been through this with a variety of companies that were on, different kind of, not necessarily sides of this, but had different sizes of portfolios, different positions. How have you seen this change over time?
Yeah, I'd reiterate some of the points that the team on this call have iterated already. One, I mean, again, the core folks that were contributing 10 plus years ago continued to contribute, double down on R&D efforts. We've seen a number of newcomers, again, larger Chinese companies, a couple of Europeans that weren't previously there, and academic institutions looking to get into the game either through partnership or through various other funding activities. And I think that's applicable not only on the telecom related standards around media access, but also media, audio, video related standards as well. And so, yeah, I think there's a broader range of people with a diverse set of interests that have come to the table. And to your point, there's a nationalist kind of approach to it. We see the conversation regarding Japan earlier today. I think China and the U.S. have initiatives as well, and a handful of others, and some participating across kind of industry buckets and kind of government-related buckets as well, to have kind of multiple bites at the apple per se. So.
It strikes me as you all are saying this, it is interesting, especially the national angle. You think, what was it 2019, I guess, when some of those reviews were coming out saying, here now, China has the most patents in 5G, and then other studies would come out saying, no, that's not how you count it, or it is about contributions, not about patents, and it's about tying those together. I wonder, have any of you seen, does what is happening on the patent side mirror in any way what's happening on the contribution side? And I ask that not knowing who's even got insight into that, but I don't. I'll admit that.
So maybe I can start and kick us off on that one. We have the benefit of going to different companies and seeing what patents they actually have that they're able to map onto the standard. So rather than relying on third-party reports, we actually see the real good stuff ourselves. And from my perspective, when we negotiate with really any counterparty, we do see a correlation between how much have they invested, right, in the research, in the standardization process, how much have they invested, and what do they actually own that's of value. And in that sense, I'm speaking in terms of what actually maps onto the standard. And so those who contribute less, show up with less, and those who contribute more show up with more. So there's this broad correlation that we do see between, contribution or investment generally in R&D affecting the space and what they ultimately show up with. So we are seeing that. That's why when there are reports, that are way off from that reality, it sort of raises a lot of eyebrows, I think, among the community who's licensing. And I'm curious to hear others' perspectives on that, but that's at least my own.
Yeah, I have seen. I've been in licensing conversations with many of the major players, and a number that were kind of on the fringe, and again, it depends on who you're talking to, but as to that, and I certainly understand Patricio's standpoint. Again, the contribution angle is certainly a relevant one, and I think that more and more folks that have invested heavily in that context in terms of R&D spend and moving people back and forth to standards bodies and contributing on the back end are taking that approach. But again, not every asset is created equal. So there's plenty of padding that happens in that context across the board. And so, but that has, over the last probably 5 or 6 years, certainly seen more and more of people highlighting their relative contributions in various areas of the specification for one reason or another.
How about you?
Well, I think I guess maybe the only additional thought that I could add, thinking about some of the contributors to up and coming pools, or maybe contributor is the wrong word, but folks that are identifying assets that they own, relative to the pools. It does, I think, to it might run a little counter to some of the points that Patricio made. Not that I disagree with him, but I think there are a lot of folks that would claim that although they haven't contributed to the standard, they have some fundamental technology early on. And I think when there's invitations to to contribute patent assets, you see those things come out. And I think that's been sort of an interesting perspective. And I guess one that comes to mind in particular is if you look at the Avanci landscape, there are lots of folks there that I think you wouldn't necessarily peg as big contributors to some of the later standards.
Yeah, I mean, Aaron, and it's a really fascinating side of this, which I think has become more to the front of 5G, which is the notion that parties that before may have wanted to stay out of FRAND licensing, to try to extract a larger than FRAND rate by not agreeing to it, have seen the benefit of belonging to the club and saying to courts, especially in the United States, FRAND is fine for us, but now we get to be a part of it, and we get to go to the meetings, and we get to see what's happening. And there's that has been, in my mind too, a big shift where not just that there's a wider variety of companies involved, but it says, to all of your points, it's what companies are involved and what their purpose is there, has created some very interesting situations, I think. Not the least of which, Aaron, as you brought up, but pools. And I wanted to ask you all about this because, Erickson is involved in a pool, or more than involved, right, in Avanci. But pools have had an interesting history, especially in the United States, of their kind of place and effectiveness in varying standard essential patent areas. I guess first off, I was wondering, do you all see pools as having a increased or decreased importance in the 5G space compared to previously, in trying to tackle the problem of licensing? Aaron, what do you think?
So I could imagine that pools, or maybe something that is another type of collaborative pro-competitive effort, that might not look exactly like a traditional pool, would gain in importance and kind of if not market share, at least reach in the participants. And the reason I say that, and this might touch on something that we'll get into a little bit deeper, is I think in this 5G landscape, we anticipate so much more data movement, so many more connected devices, so many more players, and in the case of Avanci, they've focused on connected cars. But I think you could imagine that for industrial IoT or commercial IoT or even smart homes. And with so many different contributors in the market, it's hard for me to imagine a concerted licensing effort that's administrable without involvement of pools. So I guess that's a long way of saying I see those types of tools as increasing in importance going forward.
Patricio, what do you think about it? I mean, I obviously you all are part of one, but I guess that doesn't necessarily say, where you think it's heading in a few years.
We've actually been part of several pools. Avanci is one of them. I agree with what you said, Aaron, that as there's increased market fragmentation, whether on the patent holder side or on the implementer side, there is a need for an efficient way to address the licensing aspects. The problem or the challenge that I think the pools are experiencing is, does holding out for these fragmented markets, is that a more economically attractive option than simply taking a license from the pool? And I think that's something that we're kind of in the middle of the story on that one. Like the courts are looking at this and seeing the need to address this avenue of not going to the pool, not taking bilateral licenses, just having this other economic option. Thinking about how to address that, and it really does need a regulatory approach that really favors a strong patent system. And without that, then you're not going to have successful pools. It's going to be a much more challenging, fractious environment. So I do see a need for pools going forward for the reasons Aaron mentioned, but it also needs a strong, let's say, patent regulatory system in the background to support the pools and make them economically attractive over simply just holding out.
Mark, I wanted to hear your thoughts on it. I was also wondering too what you thought. Is an MPEG-LA style approach ever possible here? And by that I mean that notion that every patent that comes into a pool is reviewed for essentiality independently. I've certainly seen estimates of doing that with 5G that reach quickly into the billions. Have you thought about any of that sort of thing?
And the practicality, I think of that. I mean, again, there's arguably, 100,000 plus assets, that, to your point, that gets to be quite an expensive task to review individually. Again, with, prior experience and dealings and the practicality of the situation, again, I think that pools play some sort of role, or aggregators play some sort of role. But my fear is that, like we talked about a little bit earlier, given the degrees of fragmentation in the marketplace and a lot of this more nationalistic type of approaches that are kind of coming to the forefront, I fear that getting the required gravity around any individual or organization or entity that would be driving this, I think is difficult. And not to say that it's impossible. I just personally don't see it happening. And there's always going to be a third party vested interest to hold out based on some future court decision that we haven't contemplated yet for one reason or another, specifically with everything that's going on in the UK courts, German courts, Chinese courts, that uncertainty could, in my opinion, throw a wrench in that mechanism.
By the way, on that last point, I was wondering where do you all see the 5-year litigation horizon? Like where is going to be important? Is it gonna stick to I mean, whatever it really is now, US, Germany, China, UK, you know, you could create a mix, but I was wondering if any of you all see where you think it's going to be in a few years. Mark, you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think that you know, the UK has made a statement. They're pretty much open for business on this context. You know, anyone who's been involved in litigation, and I'm involved in 10 of them right now, realize quickly that it's certainly not the best path forward. Certainly even to collect, to be perfectly honest, because of the appeal process and various other obstacles there. But I do think that the Chinese courts will play a more significant role going forward. I think that they've establishing themselves in that context, certainly, and a handful of other geographies that are realizing the significance of those type of decisions being made in their respective boundaries will come to the forefront as well. And so I think we'll be surprised. I think you'll see some other courts, some other government-related interests step forward and make a statement in that context, just to draw attention to their situation or their respective companies' situations.
Patricio, kind of on that topic and regulatory action, do you see any indication of litigation being tied into that regulatory effort of looking at, you know, should we be examining what effect litigation in our country can have on these larger FRAND issues?
From a let's say government perspective,
Right.
or yeah, so it may be the case that that's happening, for example, in China, to express, you know, maybe their voice more strongly on issues regarding FRAND in particular. I don't know if other governments express themselves through the court system necessarily, but just to follow up a little bit on what Mark was saying, you know, one thing we should keep in mind is the UPC is being, you know, is going to start going forward, and I think that more unified patent court system could have a strong voice as well. I'm not sure that the government would necessarily, you know, have an impact on whether litigation drives things, but I do, you know, see regulators, you know, some regulators in the West wanting to step back and see how the courts deal with issues before bringing, you know, regulatory actions or, you know, bigger cases against, in particular, patent holders. I think they're waiting to see, can the courts essentially treat this effectively as a contract issue? And, you know, my hope is that they're finding that they can. But so maybe in a sense, just to go back to your question, Mike, maybe the governments are holding back a little bit just to see how the courts deal with issues before stepping in either with regulatory actions or with changes to the patent law.
You know, it's interesting, Patricio. I was involved in some discussions. I guess maybe 2 years ago now. There was another group that was trying to push the notion that pools should be mandated in certain areas, and I'm sure you know, and some of the lobbyists here in DC could not have cared less. It was nowhere near even the putting it on a sheet of paper to pass by anyone's desk. And I don't think that's gotten any different at this point. I just don't think anybody, you know, here in the US at least, sees it as a any possible winner anyway going forward. So but that's an interesting one. I wanted to move to some 5G going to other areas. I did want to run a quick one by you all, because I think a number of this audience is kind of involved in this space in a way that, they may get approached about portfolios or know about portfolios by thinking about certain things. And sometimes there's an assumption that there is a way to look at all the patents and understand what's what, and it goes along with what Marky and I were just discussing. But I'm wondering, have any of you found either, something that at least labels itself as AI, which many do, or some kind of manual review on a large scale has proved effective for you, in trying to determine, is a group of patents important to us? Have any of you been through that?
I guess I'll chime in there, Mike. The short answer is no, but yes. I mean, I think that's something that we're at Micron. We're continuing to look for a solution that would be helpful there. So certainly, we do use some tools that I think are could generally be characterized as AI for helping us look at our own portfolio and look at the portfolios of others. But it's still it takes a lot of people hours to get a good read on it. And so I'm not aware of anything that's sort of off the shelf that that would be a substitute for professional review of anything right now. And certainly if anyone knows of them, I'd welcome that. But yeah, I think as much as AI tools are helpful, and I think they're becoming increasingly better, it still does take a professional view to characterize these things in a meaningful way.
I completely agree with that. I think AI tools are still sort of assists on more on activities that require more intelligence. And right now, whether it's essentiality checks or really trying to understand how many essential patents there are, it really requires a manual check. It's too difficult for AI right now to do something that's rigorous, reliable, believable. So one thing we've done, just as an example of what someone could do or rely upon, is we've tried to do surveys essentially and really to answer the question, how many essential patents are there in industry? Because it affects us, on the on the licensee side, just as it does on the licensor side. And so we've actually published a couple of studies that people are welcome to review, but we've used technical experts. We've disclosed our sponsorship, disclosed who they are, these technical experts, what their backgrounds are, disclosed the methodology, disclosed how much time they took to do the review, and essentially, the statistical sampling, the error bands, all of it, and put it out essentially for people to reference and look at. And I think that has been helpful as a tool to guide us on, well, how many essential families do we have compared to the rest, and how many does the rest have at any particular point in time? So if anybody's interested in that, the author of those papers is a gentleman called Dr. Cooper, and it's on SSRN if people want to find that. So we did one for 4G in 2019, and then we did one for 5G that we published in 2021. They're also on the LES, in the LES magazines if people are interested in looking them up there. But that's something that's helped us. So manual review of answering the question, how many essential families are there for a particular product segment for a particular technology?
Mark, I mean, how important is it that you can see, the actual mapping of a patent to the standard in a license negotiation? Or is there, I mean, I feel like even over my career, there's been this attempt to map to standards and then don't map to standards, map to products. I think we've crept a little bit back towards map to standards. I don't know what you've seen, in your.
Yeah. I mean, again, overall, I ran a pretty substantial organization in that context. And like I said, we'd had conversations with all of the major licensors and licensees. And I got to believe fundamentally that people want to see the mapping to the standards in excruciating detail, and we spent a lot of time and effort hardening our processes around charting to the specifications and leaving as little doubt as possible with regard to the individual reads and the context and syntax. So I personally think it's very important, and like I said, I developed very stringent processes to harden those very assets so that I could have a meaningful conversation, because without them, I think it's very difficult to really have a earnest conversation about a third party's products or services.
You know, it's funny. It's almost, sometimes you almost think you might rather have 5 than 500 patents, because, you know, you can explain those 5, and sometimes I'm not so certain the value is that different, right? It's
Right.
just
That's, yeah, I second that thought process as well. I'd rather have 5 good ones. But the reality of the situation is, if you're going to go out into the wild and you're going to have those conversations, then again, I always viewed it as as a respect thing. If I'm going to ask something of someone, then I'm going to make sure that I have all my T's crossed and I's dotted in that context. And for the most part, you know, through those licensing conversations over the years, we kind of had developed a bit of a reputation for having solid processes and around hardening those types of assets. So and I know Erickson prides itself in a similar capacity. So
I mean, claim charts really are a sign of credibility, are a sign that you actually, you know, own relevant assets of quality. So I completely agree that you know, you have to have claim charts, and you have to show claim charts in our industry right now to be taken seriously.
Yeah, it's an interesting investment, right? If you're not willing to make that investment, I think it is very hard to convince somebody that they need to take you seriously. And honestly, that, you know, I know that from even the monetization side of things. It's, you know, if you don't have everything lined up in detail, there's no reason anybody should pay any attention to you. And of course, that, like I said, that's easier with 5 patents. It's a very, you know, very difficult thing when you've got thousands and tens of thousands and you're trying to choose from them. But so I definitely don't envy that issue. You know, I wanted to talk a bit about 5G and outside the cellular wireless industry, because I think that's a very, very interesting change here, where you now are getting into different verticals, not just, you know, I guess what you'd call licensing verticals, but also in some sense patent verticals, where, you know, you have different pieces of the standard that are geared more towards certain other industries. You have a piece of 5G that is more geared towards automotive, you know, by name. You have there is maybe more of a blending between cellular and what you think of as IoT, because some of the same concepts are simply being used there, but or there wasn't a lot of specialization there. But Aaron, I know that Micron is facing this from the semiconductor space, so I was wondering how you all are looking at that problem of taking this into different verticals.
Well, I mean, we really view the 5G world as, you know, as many people do, as this incredibly data-rich world. You know, all the benefits you mentioned about a 5G, you know, world create this data that has to be computed on and moved around and stored on the backside. So, you know, obviously we think about 5G usually from the wireless interface side, and you know, that makes good sense. But now with all of these connected devices and connected cars, there's another interface to think about on the backside. And so at Micron, when we're thinking about the world of SEPs in 5G, it's also about memory interface standards and compute standards and information and data security standards. And all of those are coming into play now. Maybe a salient example, with the enablement of autonomous and semi-autonomous vehicles, there's a longstanding standard for functional safety in automotive. It's an ISO standard that deals with kind of the reliability of electrical components in vehicles. Historically, computer memory didn't factor hugely into that, because if memory failed, it was certainly a problem from a customer relationship standpoint and quality of experience standpoint, but lives weren't at risk. But in this autonomous driving world, memory can't fail if a car is being driven autonomously. And so that's led to other standards that are implementing these functional safety standards in the memory space. And that's something we're looking at. We're launching products in that area, and for the past close to a decade have been ramping up our patent portfolio in that area. And that's something I think that doesn't get a lot of airtime when we think about 5G SEPs, but that trend I think is likely to continue in this new world.
It's interesting because automotive is always an interesting example, because you've got a platform, not unlike a cell phone, that has a bunch of different technologies being put in now more than ever, different, and of course an industry that is very much not used to pain in the way that other industries are used to for that technology. But even just what you were saying, Aaron, reminds me of the in the US we have some of those auto cases where people were attaching larger values to things that were crucial to the operation of the automobile, no matter how small or inexpensive, that they deserved a far greater share of the royalty scheme because of it. And now, as opposed to brakes, we're shifting some of that onto silicon, and it'll be interesting to see there. I know, Patricio, you obviously have dealt with this a lot, because you've got even Avanci has its stated automotive rates. It's got kind of a IoT matrix that it's tried to develop, to recognize those different areas. Where do you think we are now on trying to understand what different verticals should be drawn that makes sense in the licensing space?
I think we're kind of at the initial phase of that still, in understanding first, what verticals are really going to take up 5G. I mean, there's some that have started outside of handsets, like fixed wireless access, connecting homes, but also you have laptops, and you have a couple others that are starting to explore 5G. So we're kind of at the very initial phase of it, and I do think that there's a desire to address licensing in an efficient way in those segments, but we still, until the vertical comes out and the value proposition is clear, it's really hard to price it. And so I think these are the kinds of conversations that we're starting to have, and I think pools are starting to consider whether it's worth addressing those segments. But like I said, we're still really early in the process there.
Yeah, it reminds me, I was at a big auto conference, I guess, pre-pandemic, so 2019, and I had mentioned this before, and the understanding of what essential means is very different when you are amongst a group of people who are familiar with the cellular wireless world, and then when you're outside of it. And even Aaron, you mentioned the ISO standards, those sorts of things. I saw an hour-long presentation on what essential patents are, and the entire presentation was, if you have a patent that covers a product, it's essential. And but and not to fault them, it's just there's a real, I think sometimes you forget when you step outside your world how people aren't used to this, and they see 100,000 patents, and they see 100 companies, and it's dizzying. Mark, how how are people trying to, who understand what essentiality is, how are they trying to bring that to other groups and help them understand why they're called essential and what it means to licensing?
Yeah, well, again, it's interesting across a handful of verticals. Again, I personally transitioned from the telecom world to the kind of healthcare life sciences world, where there's a great deal of mobile related technologies, memory at the edge of the network, high performance computing and such, that are leveraged. I think the same has happened, obviously, in the automotive space and a handful of other verticals. And you're starting to see people that are over the last, 2 to 3 years, a number of folks transitioning, into the automotive OEMs and tier one suppliers, or to some of the larger connected device companies that have been involved with the Ericssons and Nokias and Blackberries and Sonys of the world. And so I think that education is taking place. Again, I was very, very friendly with a number of the OEMs on the automotive space, BlackBerry, because of our QNX offering, which was pretty much in every vehicle on the planet. And so I had a lot of time to spend talking with the CIPOs of the major car OEMs and a number of the tier one suppliers too. And I think, and it probably initially they didn't want to have the conversation, didn't shy away from understanding it, but realized quite quickly the relevant importance of it, and have invested consequently to make sure they get their head around it. And I have to believe that regardless of how the SEP chip falls, that they are beginning to arm themselves appropriately with non-standard essential patents in a meaningful way to combat, what the imposing storm that perhaps they face. So I think that they've, at least in the automotive space, they're educating, courtesy of a number of former colleagues of ourselves, and spending time and effort and getting up to speed quite quickly, and are beginning the process to make sure that they can have a meaningful bilateral conversation. That's just my personal opinion. So I think it's happening.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, without asking for comment on it, it was, when an automotive crowd hears a royalty rate of, I can't remember what it was now, was it 15 per car?
Yeah.
They laugh because it's unbelievable to them that somebody thinks $15 a car isn't an enormous amount of money. When from outside of that, you say, but this is a $50,000 item. How can that matter? And it's these different mentalities coming together that I think are very interesting to watch.
Yeah. If you never had a discussion with procurement from an automotive OEM or tier one supplier, then I can see why you would say that. So anyway, yeah, every penny counts, certainly.
Yeah, and it's I think for you too now, it's the same kind of thing. You have items that all have different kind of cost and price structures. It's no longer, a lot of the same. I think it'll be interesting to see how those verticals play out, and whether the pools, form to attack specific verticals in an effective way, which I think was some of the intent behind, some of the earlier ones in this particular space. But
yeah, I think honestly, I think that from in a handful of the verticals, it's got to be more use case driven. There's certain use cases that certainly drive value, right? Not every use case is equally important for one reason. Things are nice to have versus necessary and essential to have, and such like that. And so, regardless if the pools kind of or aggregators focus on a particular vertical segment, I think they do have to take into consideration that aspect of it. And I think they'll get a little bit further quicker context.
Yeah. But by the way, we got two kind of interesting questions that are relevant to this that I'll just relay. I think I know the answer to these. Patricio, I suspect you would too, but if your technical submission comes in under one entity and the patents held outside, you cannot treat those as separate for your FRAND obligations, correct? I think. Well, maybe that's asking too sensitive a question. I'm not realizing it. I don't know. You can, now that I'm asking it, I'm thinking, I don't think anybody wants to answer that. But it generally, I will say, I believe the way it is that's certainly not the idea. The idea is that if you are playing the game, that you're playing it up front, and that you are going to be a part of the technical submissions, and you are going to disclose all the patents that you have an interest in. And I will say, I think that is how most of the major players tend to play the game. You know, at least that's been my experience. I don't know that there's a lot of benefit outside. It's interesting because this question in my mind does raise the notion of unbundling in patent context, which was raised. I'm trying to remember. Someone wrote an interesting article about it where, the notion that companies would be incentivized because if it's too hard to license 5,000 patents, and you're only going to get X dollars for those 5,000. If you split them up, send some to pools, keep some, send some to privateers, send some to unrelated entities with kickbacks, you will end up with a larger whole. That just seems like a lot of trouble too. Like to even figure out how to do that may ruin a lot of your whatever you think you could get from it, and you're relying on so many people to get that number. But the other question, by the way, is similar. If you can you submit contributions in the car vertical? I mean, I think it's the same. These two are somewhat the same. If you have a technical contribution, meaning you are part of the organization, if you have a patent that covers that technical submission, you are supposed to declare it. So, I think that's the general feel, but I got to be honest, I'm a little loose on the exact rules, which may be the general statement on it anyway. A little loose on the rules.
Mike, one thought, this is not directly in response to these questions, but it might be somewhat instructive. So, and I think also kind of goes to your question about, how do you talk about essentiality? So, outside of the 3GPP and 3GPP organizational partner context that is maybe, definitely more mature than many of the standards organizations we're seeing come up in the last few years. I think there's a trend in a lot of newer standard setting organizations, at least in the compute space and kind of data security space, to have similar definitions of essentiality for claims, and to anticipate some of these ideas about wanting to license in certain use cases and exclude certain use cases. And so I think you're seeing more and more SSOs kind of account for some of these things and potentially heading off some game playing, I'll call it, in their membership agreements.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, certainly both of these examples have been tried. I think they've just been tried on a much smaller scale, so far. And then, of course, I mean, I guess interesting is maybe on a broad spectrum, but it is kind of fascinating to hear what happens at the actual meetings for the technical, when the technical discussions happen, and the breakout rooms and the factions. And it's part of what I think makes this area real interesting, because you take a technical submission, which may be covered by a patent. Those are two very different sets of language in those two, but the technical submission will go into the washing machine that is the meetings and come out probably by intention looking very different. And now you've got to connect that initial patent to the final, specification. And it's part of what makes all of this so difficult to understand, I think, when you're outside of it. And then when you're inside of it, you truly understand the scope of the problem facing you. which sort of leads us kind of here at the tail end here to, and we'll just kind of close it up with this, but 6G. I mean, we're still in 5G, right? We still, I mean, it is funny, the releases, you've got, it's not like 4G and 5G were a bright line in terms of the releases. It was kind of a half at a point there. So we've got release 18 is 2023, 6G. Is it 5 years? Is it 10 years? I don't, it's hard to know. Do you all find that 6G is being discussed in terms of licensing at this point, or is it too early yet?
Early. That's the easiest question you've asked so far tonight. It's much too early. It's a buzzword. It's not connected to a standard. People are starting to explore what the services will be that need to be addressed with the next generation of technology. So we're at like the very earliest of stages here. And it's just being thrown around. I mean, I'm seeing some patent studies on 6G, and I'm just like, shaking my head in my home office, just kind of chuckling a little bit, because it's way too early. And so from our perspective, 6G will likely come out in the 2028 to 2030 timeframe. So there's a long way to go still.
Do you all see any impact of the, I can't remember if we discussed earlier, but the 4G cross designation has been a topic where, a lot of the 5G essential patents were 4G essential patents that were then cross designated into 5G. And, for certain companies, it's a large percentage of their declarations are patents that started with 4G. Some go even further back, right, depending upon whether they're still alive. But, my impression was that had, some impact on licensing in terms of this notion of you've got some people were getting away with 4G licenses, right, where the license was limited to 4G products. All of a sudden, a 5G product comes along that is using the exact same 4G products, and well, now you need a new license because that's a different product. I think that issue in particular is going to be rare now, because I can't see anybody's going to enter into a 5G only product license. But have you seen that cross designation of patents come up in any way? Any of you?
I've seen it with third parties looking to pad their numbers effectively. In my opinion, I've seen a handful of companies that didn't make the investment and were trying to grandfather in as much as they possibly could. It's the reality of the situation. So it kind of lends itself back toward the scenario where you really do need a independent third party that's testing of sorts, because again, this notion of over declaration or overextending from a prior generation, aside to a lesser extent, maybe in the prior standards, but from 4G to 5G, I've noticed it a number of times, almost to the point where it's a little embarrassing, I think, for the parties involved.
Yeah, I mean, the IPlytics, and I think maybe Tim might be here, but they've got some interesting numbers on that share of 5G patents that were, not declared previously, and it's a very interesting kind of chart just to see who's got newer, and the attempts to tie that to contributions too, which is another interesting way to kind of, companies have taken to show why when they say essential patents, maybe they mean something a little different than some other companies. I mean, it's interesting about 6G. I guess no one certainly disagrees on that, since there is no such thing as 6G. It is interesting too. And Aaron, I just had one more question I want to run by you in particular, but I think it's fair to say 5G has shifted more prominence towards software-based solutions in the standard. I think that 4G was more chip heavy, and I think now it's more software heavy, and some of that has to do with the white box push of the AT&Ts of the world and some other efforts to get more upgradable systems when they really were, I mean, it's no secret. I think they're trying to push away from proprietary chips, but how do you all view that? Because in some sense, you all are still that side of the semiconductor space that's providing, as you said, those kind of essential elements.
I mean, certainly, Micron is a semiconductor company, but I think more than that, and I think that probably others in the space would agree. It's really much more about using semiconductors and systems that are managing this data. So I think there's a push, certainly at Micron and then others in the semi space to provide differentiated kind of system level solutions. And so I think that the line between companies that are squarely in the hardware or software space continues to blur. So in terms of how that affects licensing, maybe that's a non-answer, but in terms of how that affects what we're doing with our patent development efforts, I think it's we're placing bets across the board.
Yeah, that's interesting. Thanks. I mean, I think as it's a little bit after, so we can kind of wrap up. I'll just say from my standpoint, by the way, I appreciate all of you, because I find this notion of how to license in a 100,000 patent space to be incredibly fascinating, and it is a real problem that is, I think, generating some very interesting solutions from a lot of different angles, and so it's kind of fascinating to watch. And I appreciate you guys coming today and kind of sharing your perspectives on it, because it's not often you get people that are actually deep in it to talk about it. So thank you all.
Mike and everybody.
Yeah, thank you.
Mike.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us. So it falls to me to thank Patricio, Aaron, Mark for sharing their insights, and to Mike for facilitating a very insightful discussion. We will now take a short break of 10 minutes where we will welcome you all back for 5G licensing in focus at approximately 11:15 a.m. local time. Thank you again, speakers. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you very much for rejoining us for the second of our insightful morning discussions, 5G licensing in focus, which we can all agree is a great topic to sort of end the AM sessions on. So quick reminder for those of you that are rejoining for this, please use the Q&A function, which you will find on the menu bar on the right-hand side under the 3 dots to ask any questions of this group of speakers. That's enough from me. So Rob, over to you.
Thanks, Rebecca. When IAM came to me and said, well, we'd like you to be on a panel about 5G licensing, I said, I really don't know this topic very well. And they said, no, we don't want you to be on the panel. We just want you to introduce the panel and moderate. We'll find people that actually know what they're talking about. And unfortunately, they didn't lie to me. So I'm Rob Calico. Today, I am joined by Akiko Akari of Akari IP Law, Patrick Hemmerin from Nokia, and Gojun Zhao from Intel. Before we begin, I'd just like to sort of indicate for the panelists and for myself. What we'll talk about today is sort of our own personal opinions. None of this should be, the sort of thing that'd be tied back or some sort of official company statement. This is just, for IP professionals having a discussion about 5G licensing and some of the issues that we see in that area. So with that, I'll kick it off. IAM sort of came to us and sort of had 3 high-level topics, which were essentially, litigation or collective, stated simply, it was 5G royalties at a market rate, recent court decisions and how those are impacting negotiations, and collective licensing solutions. I think for me as a litigator, one of the things that I always like to think about is, what does the case law background look like, right? That's always the backstop for any sort of negotiation. And so, Akiko, could you maybe walk us through some of the more recent decisions that we've seen from some of the various territorial courts on SEP negotiations and that sort of thing? I think you might be muted. Sorry.
Okay, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Great. Thank you, Rob, for your great introduction. Okay, I'm happy to talk about relevant recent case laws he just mentioned. So before going into the detail of these case laws, let me briefly explain the background of these issues. So as many of you know, in the SCP world, it is a common practice to negotiate the worldwide global portfolio licensing rather than the country-specific licensing. The global portfolio license would include patents granted in multiple jurisdictions like so Taiwan, China, Europe, US, and Japan, like that. So in the course of that licensing negotiation, if the dispute arises, then which country's court the parties may want to use to resolve such international disputes is a very big issue. And I want to talk a little bit about the relevant case law in this field. Okay, thank you. So first issue is this, whether one country's court may determine the royalty for the global patent portfolio, not the specific one country. Here you can see a conflict as described in this slide. So, the scope of the patent right is limited in one country. So let's say Taiwan's patent office may grant Taiwan patent. The scope of that patent is limited in the territory of Taiwan, right? So the territorial scope of the patent right is country basis. On the other hand, as I just described in the previous slide, the practice of the SCP global patent portfolio licensing has an international nature, not limited to the territory of one country. So in that situation, the question is whether one specific country's court may determine a licensing fees of the global patent portfolio as a whole. That is the issue here. For that, I think that many of you know the UK court handed down the very important landmark decision. And then the UK court responded that, yes, we can do that. We can determine the rate of the global licensing rate for multiple SCP portfolio, not limited to the UK patent. This is the UK's landmark decision, Unwired Planet case, decided in August of 2020. But the question is, how did the UK court overcome the territorial scope of the patent? They said this is a contract issue. More specifically, they analyzed the IPR policy of ETSI, which is a standardization organization, and they said under that policy, the UK court may decide the global royalty rate. They has the jurisdiction to do that. That was the reason why the UK court said they can decide the global royalty rate. But
sorry to interrupt, but it seems like a lot of this case law that you're probably going to go through is really tied back to that idea of, people worry about that idea of comedy, right? Of not comedy, haha, but comedy, comity, like the idea of one court having respect for another court from another country. And I guess that maybe the construct here is sort of the idea that the parties are coming forward, that they are each personally or individually sort of appearing before the court. Is that sort of your view as to why these courts are coming up with these kinds of decisions that would bind these parties on a worldwide basis? Is that sort of the idea underlying a lot of this?
That's a very that is a very, very controversial issue.
Yeah.
And I really want to have other panels' opinion as well. Let me talk a little bit more after that. But I think that how do people understand this decision and take care of this decision is depending on the situation of that person, of that company. For patentee side, it is a very good decision because they can have the decision on the global patent portfolio, decision on the rate for the patent portfolio as a whole. That is very effective to resolve the disputes on the SAP licensing at one time. It is very effective. But on the other hand, I think that the implementer side would have a different view on this. So I think that how do we think about this? How do we analyze this court decision? It's depending on the situation. And I would love to have other panel's opinion and also your opinion as well.
Yeah, maybe if we look at the global implications of the case, so at least my understanding is that they're slightly limited by the fact that the UK court still kind of set the prerequisite that this leads to a UK injunction if Huawei does not accept it. So it's still not a global rate setting in the sense that it would have any kind of implications on other patents than the UK patents solely. Then they kind of found for convenience that the rate would still be a global one if Huawei accepts it for the avoiding the injunction in UK, which of course Huawei had agreed to have a rate set for the UK market already. So it's a little bit different than setting a global rate per se, in my opinion. But otherwise, I fully agree with your description of the case.
Go, John. Any thoughts on that, or?
I think for this case, like UK court, probably, I think this decision definitely, in my opinion, is not a great example for the other countries. They try to set up a global rate, and then their injunction power is not going to be strong enough, right? Because even if you don't apply and then you got an injunction in UK, the market is kind of limited. It's not big enough. And then they set up a rule here for people, like people immediately figured out, I'm going to go back to China. It's a big market. We're going to do the same thing. You know?
I think that was sort of the feeling I had was, I can certainly understand, Akiko, you're talking about sort of the idea of logistically this idea of a single court and going to a single court and kind of resolving, a separate across the world is incredibly appealing. Anybody who's ever been involved in any sort of patent litigation where you're trying to sort of onesie twosie find large enough GDPs that you can draw damages from on a portfolio, it's a difficult thing to do. For me, I recall when this case came up, it was sort of, I think mine was sort of a little bit of a fear where it was sort of like the UK is not quite big enough for this. It's going to be a blueprint for, I think, other countries to do sort of worse things, perhaps, than I imagine the UK court might do. But yeah, it seemed to me, it was one of those things. It was once the case had come around and there was that kind of briefing on it, it just seemed like this is going to go forward. And if the UK doesn't sort of, make itself the de facto place to go, then somebody else is going to, right? And we see that in litigation all the time. Certainly in the US, you have, Eastern District of Texas, Western District of Texas, you have like to-go places, if you're a patent holder to sort of get the best sort of justice. So venue shopping is sort of not really a new idea, I guess.
All right, wonderful discussion. Okay, I just want to mention briefly that the recent development of China. I think it's not my area because I can't read the Chinese judgment, but I understand that recently, in August of this year, the China Supreme People's Court also decided that Chinese court may set global licensing rate under certain conditions. That is a recent development in China, I recognize. And I'm a Japanese attorney, not a Chinese attorney. So if you, any of the panel know more about this situation, I would love to learn from our panels. Nothing.
Well, like for China one, I think basically his the first one, the defendant is come from China, like Huawei, right? And then Huawei actually is started that one. Huawei started actually suing, have a declaratory judgment suit in Nanjing Intermediate Court. And Nanjing Intermediate Court basically saying we can issue a anti-suit injunction against Conversant. That is a case. I think that case also went up to the Supreme People's Court. The Sharp versus Oppo is not the very first one. That one I don't know specifically whether the Supreme People's Court said the China court can set up a global license rate or not, but it definitely say the China court can issue an anti-suit injunction against the case. So that is the first one. And then you see people just learned, okay, we can do that. And Akiko, you just go ahead for your next slides. There are several cases come up. Then,
yeah. Thank you for your great introduction. So now we are going to talk about the anti-suit injunction, which is also the very hot topic worldwide. Okay, then what is anti-suit injunction? I think many of you know what is the anti-suit injunction, but maybe some of the audience doesn't know what is the anti-suit injunction. So
prepare to be afraid. This is a scary concept, frankly.
Yeah, so let me briefly talk about what is the anti-suit injunction. So as I said, SCP dispute has an international nature. And then issue here is which country's court the party may want to use to resolve such international disputes. Okay, to explain this movement, I prepared a hypothetical example here. Okay, if the parties could not reach the agreement on the SCP licensing, SCP holder may want to sue the implementer, bringing infringement action, but where? In the patentee-friendly jurisdiction, maybe. For example, in Germany, in India, or UK, something like that. Then the implementer may be unhappy about this situation and may want to dispute in another jurisdiction, which is more preferable to the implementer themselves. Let's say in China or its home jurisdiction. Then in this hypothetical scenario, implementer brought a declaratory judgment action in SCP holder first brought a patent infringement action in country A, and then responding to that, implementer side brought a declaratory judgment action in country B, and then they apply for anti-suit injunction, so-called anti-suit injunction, to require SCP holder to withdraw the infringement action pending in country A. And then country B's court issued the anti-suit injunction. Then responding to that, then now SCP holder side applied for anti-suit injunction to block the anti-suit injunction to prevent implementer to enforce such anti-suit injunction issued by the country B's court. And then as
where does it end, essentially, right? Yeah,
That's
so
crazy.
This all sounds like insane, but what you're going to tell me in the next slide is this is happening, right? And people are facing financial penalty for failing to drop suits outside of one venue versus another.
Right. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, but that is actually
but
happening
not.
as well.
but reality, right?
Reality.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. So let me introduce just two examples of this field. One example is, as Rob mentioned in his slide, Samsung versus Erickson case. In this case, first implementer brought a declaratory judgment action in Wuhan in China, and then SCP holder brought breach of brand and patent infringement action in Eastern District of Texas in the United States. And here, implementer applied for the anti-suit injunction in Wuhan court, and the court issued an anti-suit injunction as requested in December 2020. And one important here I would mention here is the scope of the Wuhan court's anti-suit injunction was very broad. They ordered SCP holder may not seek relief from any court, not only in China, but also globally. That was, let's say, global anti-suit injunction. Reacting to this, Texas court, SCP holder requested the anti-suit injunction to the Texas court, and the Texas court issued as requested anti-suit injunction in January 2021, where the court ordered the implementer not to take any actions in Chinese case, which would interfere with the US proceeding. And I want to mention here that the scope of the Texas court's anti-suit injunction was limited just in relation to the US. This is a contrast to the broad scope of the Wuhan court's global, let's say, global anti-suit injunction. Okay, that is one example of the anti-suit injunction. And then another matter is InterDigital versus Xiaomi. In this case, 3 jurisdictions, China, India, and Germany were involved. Here, implementer brought declaratory judgment action in Wuhan, same as the previous one, Wuhan in China. And then SCP holder brought an infringement action in New Delhi in India, which is also a patent-friendly jurisdiction, many of us understand. And then implementer requested anti-suit injunction and in Wuhan court, and Wuhan court issued anti-suit injunction in September 2020. And here, same as the previous case, and this anti-suit injunction issued by Wuhan court was global nature, global anti-suit injunction preventing SCP holders to apply for injunction globally, which is very broad. Reacting to this, SCP holder requested anti-suit injunction in New Delhi, where the infringement action was ongoing. And New Delhi court issued anti-suit injunction as requested in October 2020. Well, it is very good to the SCP holder, but a point here is that Wuhan's anti-suit injunction had a global effect and covers other jurisdictions as well. So that anti-suit injunction was also an interference for SCP holder here to access other courts, including the German court. So in order to bring action in German court, SCP holder in this case needed to request another anti-suit injunction in addition to the anti-suit injunction in New Delhi in India, in Munich. In addition to India, Munich as well, Munich in Germany as well, and reacting that request, Munich court actually issued anti-suit injunction in November 2020, and such anti-suit injunction was affirmed in January 2021. And one good news for SEP holder about this Munich court decision is that here Munich court said that applying for an anti-suit injunction generally trigger the finding the implementer's unwillingness to take a FRAND license, which would be a reason for German court to issue an injunction based on the SEP under the four-way ZTE framework. That is, I think, in general, a good judgment for SEP holders. Thanks.
Yeah, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, at least one of these cases where you had sort of competing anti-suit injunctions and anti-suit injunctions, you had financial penalties that went along with that, right? In terms of if you're not dropping those cases in other jurisdictions, other territories rather, you're subjected to financial penalties. To my mind, it's hard to imagine a litigation going worse for either side where, you kind of can't make two countries that may or may not get along globally sort of happy by virtue of the fact that you're in both courts. I mean, and I guess the answer then is, when everything has gone sort of haywire like that, where, the plaintiff or the SEP holder, say, is sort of doing well in one court and terrible in the other, and the implementer is doing well and doing terrible in the other court, in the other way. How do we dig ourselves out of that? How do we end up not being there in the first place? I mean, Patrick, do you have any thoughts on better ways to do this than litigation?
Yeah, I suppose if you have ended up in that place, then probably it starts to be a little bit too late to do anything creative anymore. But based on our experience, at least, usually when there is a company that's actually willing to take a FRAND license, and of course, if the licensor is willing to grant the FRAND license, then an arbitration is usually kind of the most convenient way to agree on a resolution between those parties, because then you can set the rules for that process bilaterally, and then you can actually agree on the scope of the matters to be arbitrated, and you can do it effectively and usually with people who are kind of specialized in those topics. So if there's a company that truly is willing to pay FRAND, if there's a licensor that is willing to give a FRAND license, but they just can't agree on the value, then usually arbitration would probably be the best solution.
Yeah, and I mean, to me, having been a litigator, arbitration is always sort of viewed as not as nice a solution, right? You may not get any sort of appeal process. You may not have any real guarantee that the law is going to be applied. You may have weird rules about discovery. But are the three of you seeing that change where people are being more willing to sign up in the face of this sort of really complex, sort of nightmare-ish sort of litigation? Are people more willing to sign up even early on in those negotiations to, hey, if we can't work this out, we'll submit to an arbitration? And then I guess the follow-up to that is, are there specific places that we're seeing as sort of hubs of arbitration?
I'll actually just first comment on something you said about the applicable law, that we may not, in an arbitration, we may not always kind of work by the law. So in these cases, you have so many different laws that apply at the same time. So it's always a big mess between the different rules anyway. So I mean, there's going to be no matter which process you work with, there's going to be questions about was that law appropriately interpreted, for example, and so forth. So there's no clean solution, and the arbitration is, from that point of view, probably the best solution in a situation like this, where there are just multiple different factors that play into the resolution.
Yeah.
And then Gojan or Akiko, I mean, any thoughts on, we had seen, Hong Kong used to be sort of a big place for arbitration. Japan, we see Singapore maybe a bit more these days, but I think there's always been a concern about sort of arbitrations done in the US and whether or not those would be accepted by foreign courts. And so it seems like you're always looking for sort of a bit of a neutral ground, but one that's still respected. Any thoughts on that in terms of, you know, if somebody's out there trying to figure out where the right seat for an arbitration would be, if they're starting to go down this road and starting to suggest, you know, what the framework's going to be, what does that look like?
Yeah. Regarding the arbitration, I think that currently arbitration, some of companies do not want to use arbitration to resolve the SAP dispute because of the confidential nature of the arbitration. We can't really expect what will be the outcome. So some of the companies do not want to dispute in arbitration, but at the same time, I think that many other people consider that arbitration would be effective because it's cheaper and efficient. Because in many disputes, companies are disputing in the US, in China, in Europe. That's crazy. So arbitration would be a very effective tool to resolve the SAP-related disputes. And I recommend that Japan, please come to Japan. Recently, Japan launched an international arbitration in Tokyo, so-called IACT, to effectively and efficiently resolve the SAP-related disputes. So I would like to promote this initiative, and please come to Japan to use arbitration to resolve the SAP-related dispute. That's my view.
Singapore certainly, Singapore certainly tried very hard for many years. They want to become a regional IP center, IP hub. So for regional IP hub, it's very difficult for bring parties to sue in their court because the remedy there is very limited. You know, you don't have much injunction power. Even if you issue an injunction, the market is so small, right? So it's not going to be very effective. I think they realize that. They probably now really try to foster its arbitration and want people to go to Singapore to arbitrate. I think Singapore have some good, like I think have some strength. Like there's, for example, it's English speaking. That's probably a big part. And also it's common law, basically, although this arbitration is different, but Singapore is a kind of a common law. And I think probably it's more acceptable by both the patent owners. Patent owners normally is from Western side. So because of Singapore's like a background, it used to be a colony of England, right? And then it's also common law based, and also kind of probably more acceptable by implementers. Implementers is mostly in East Asia area, particularly in China. I think that is, I can see Akiko is not just against Japan, but I think it's Singapore probably, if there is one center, Singapore, I see Singapore probably have a good chance. But personally, I think it's going to be hard. It's going to be hard. I think the biggest problem between the owners, the SIP owners and implementers is kind of they have to reach some kind of compromise, because the implementers mostly is the Chinese players, and they are doing business in a very, very thin margin. So they really care about how much royalties you're gonna ask for me. And then for the SIP side, SIP owner side, they say, okay, we want to ask this one because in the Western countries we all do that. But if you give them, still ask them this rate, and they said we're not gonna make any profit. You know why we do that? That's why I see is this kind of a tension between different jurisdictions. Whenever you started a lawsuit in US, in Western countries, we can probably expect a similar suit in China happening like that. And this anti-suit probably is not going to work, because you issue an anti-suit, the other side issue anti-suit. This is not going to work out. Whether this like a global rate, whether is that going to work out or not, I don't know. But in the end, I think both sides have to kind of reach some certain compromise for that.
Yeah, it's always been one of those things that is of great interest to me is how thin, how narrow, how slim margins are on a lot of these products.
Yeah.
It's always one of those things in, I think it's a plaintiff's attorney thing in the US where it's like, well, you'd pay $1 more for your phone, wouldn't you? And that's all my client wants is $1. And it's like, you're thinking to yourself, like $1 per device, like, holy cow, that's a huge amount of money. So yeah, no, it's, everyone is sensitive to licensing rates for sure. Which brings us on to our next topic. Market rate. How do we determine a market rate? I mean, do we? We talk about SEPs obviously, and SEPs are important, but I think anybody who's been involved in, there's always litigation, even on the fringes of standards. Frankly, there may be patents that are sort of not specifically required by a standard, but are nonetheless sort of the only way that anybody would really implement that standard, where, and they kind of end up almost being like SEPs, but almost stronger in some respects because maybe they're not tied to some FRAND obligation. So, I mean, John, going back to you, I mean, how do we figure out how many players there are out there? I mean, how do we know when we've kind of got everybody in the tent, right? I mean, I would think there's a lot of SEPs that have been identified, probably not a lot more maybe around the standard itself, but there's still going to be a lot of important patents, and some of them probably are unknown at this time.
So I did some research and find out the major players in 5G domain and certain companies. And by the way, this 5G standard is started. It's like in 2014 or 2015. So it's been a while. It's been for many years. So but that does not mean all those standard essential patents is already there. There's still room for new ones, but I guess it's going to be incremental. It's not going to be a huge fundamental increase change. Currently, somebody like I think it's a UK firm called IPBC, and they did some kind of survey. They find out some data. They find out the major players nowadays is the number one seems like it's Huawei, and followed by Qualcomm and ZTE, Samsung, Nokia, and LG. So, and it find out it's kind of very concentrated, these SEP cases, for like about top 10 companies, they own over 80% of these self-declared SEP cases. And the top, if we count for top 20 companies, and it's actually the ownership of all these like declared SEP cases is over 93%. So it's very kind of concentrated in major players' hands. And by the way, all these self-declared, you just simply declare to standard organization, setting organization. Basically, you say this patent is essential patent, but in reality, not all of these is going to be actually standard essential patents. It turns out probably is between 20 and 30% is going to be actually the standard essential, even though they self-declared as a standard essential. But among all these actual standard essential patents in the litigation, how many is going to be valid? That is still not a huge percentage. I would say probably half of them and it will be valid, and half of them probably will be invalidated. So for the late players, and among all these participants of standard setting organization, because our audience today probably is primarily from Taiwan. So I say this one is the only company I saw over there is MediaTek. I think it's on about 1%, a little bit less than 1% of this pad. So for the players here, I don't see, if you're not a smartphone handset manufacturer, and I think that one of the major applications, which is different, which is an extension of the previous, like a 4G, 3G, is a 5G is going to extend it to a broader areas, including IoT, Internet of Things, like a vehicle, connected vehicle, and all different kind of application. I would say, if you are a late player or small player, if you want to play in this domain, probably you should focus more on something called a non-set, focus on applications and how we're going to apply this 5G technology to different areas, like IoT, or like nowadays I hear people apply this 5G to even coal miners, coal mining places, like a seaport or different areas, or hospital or healthcare or different areas. This is the area I think there's a lot of room for people to play. And still there's a lot of opportunities for people to file patents in this area.
Yeah, no, to my mind, that always does sort of make sense, that it's kind of, there's the steps first, and then there's the application, of the technology for specific application, right? And again, sometimes those are incredibly valuable to have. So the complexity of sort of identifying who the players are is one thing, but then, the next complexity is the number of entities who now need to care about getting a license to this IP is massive, isn't it? I mean, compared to what it used to, if I look at 4G as an analog, I mean, aren't we looking at sort of an order of magnitude bigger? I mean, Patrick, any thoughts, or Akiko,
Yeah, so certainly some of the markets, like the handset market, are somewhat consolidating. So the number of players are, of course, going down there. But I think the expectation certainly is that, for example, on the IoT side, we will see a large number of players who will need to look into these issues more thoroughly.
So yeah, to my mind, Akiko, you could speak to this. I mean, are you seeing a lot of new, less sophisticated entities either bringing resource in-house to try to build an IP department, understanding that they need to at least have some ability to negotiate these things, or are they relying entirely on outside counsel? I mean, how is this kind of working in practice?
Yeah, it's a very big issue right now. Yeah, as everyone says, in the past, only the limited players in the specific industry, the telecommunication industry, needed to take care of these issues. But however, now as Gonjon mentioned, now the IoT technology has been developing dramatically. Activity increased in recent years, especially in a 5G era. More and more players in other industries outside the telecommunication industry needs to take care of this SCP and brand issue. So that now in the past only telecommunication industry, but now car industry, automobile industry inevitably involved in this field. Like Avanci. So the many industry would need to take care of these issues now and in the future. And it's and also as the as this slide mentioned, there is a very difficult issue on the how to calculate a royalty rate, smallest suitable unit or entire market value. That is one issue, and also the so-called license to all or access to all issue. That brings the issue who should owe the licensing fees within the supply chain. That is another issue. So many players, not only OEMs but the suppliers in various industries would need to take care of these issues, and many of them do not know what is the issue and what is the FRAND principle and how to negotiate the SCP licensing, because the SCP licensing is somewhat different from the normal licensing practice, because we need to comply with the FRAND principle to avoid the injunction from the implementer side and enforce from the patentee side. So they need to take care, start as soon as possible to learn how to negotiate the SCP licensing now or in the near future, because many industry would be inevitably be involved in the SCP world now or in the near future.
Yeah, it never ceases to amaze me how I'll talk with entities who are less sophisticated, and somehow FRAND comes across as like, well, it's going to be cheap because it's FRAND, and it's like, I don't know where you got that from, but that's the F doesn't stand for free or cheap, or it's always surprising to me. But it sounds like what I'm hearing from the three of you and the audience, you heard it here first. 5G is going to be an incredible opportunity for everybody who's got some IP experience to keep gainfully employed. So that's a fantastic thing to hear. I know I'm happy about that. And that kind of brings us on to kind of that next issue, which is, as we talked about before, Kiko, you were just talking there about sort of, how do we figure out this licensing scheme, and how is the license identified? What products is it on? Frankly, do people want collective licensing, or do they want to kind of reach out to individual entities? I mean, to Goshan's point earlier, like, these are thin margins, right? Do I want to license to 3,000 patents that 20% are all that applies to me, or do I want to be able to kind of pick and choose a la carte? What direction is this going, and what direction do we think it'll go? I mean, can you guys give us some thoughts on that?
So I think it remains to be seen. Of course, as you have seen, Avanci has tried to come up with some type of a collective solution. I don't think the licensees have exactly lined up to take a license through that solution either. So it doesn't seem like that was probably the one stop that it was intended to be, but we'll see how it develops in the future. With regards to the razor-thin margins, so I kind of agree that that's probably a challenge, but effectively what you're trying to say there is that the companies are trying to avoid the payments overall, because of course, if they're paying a FRAND compensation, then all of the other entities in the business would be paying the same as well. So it's only relevant that you can kind of avoid the payment in its entirety to avoid or to protect your profit margin in that space. So I think that's a little bit what you're seeing now, that companies that are not willing to take a license in the first place would have alternative options to do so, but are not kind of doing it even if the licensors would come together, as in the case of Avanci, for example.
And so my understanding is Avanci is sort of established a bit of a, rather than a rate card, it's something of a flat fee. Is that right?
I think so. That's a flat fee arrangement, if my understanding is correct. And 4G, at least the 4G IoT program, I think that they applied a flat fee of $15 per vehicle, if my understanding is correct.
And I saw, I just checked their website. Avanci,
great.
in terms of 5G, they actually, I don't know the flat fee rate yet, in terms of 5G, they just recently announced they're going to have set up a pool for 5G for connected vehicle. That's probably the first area they're studying in the 5G field. This one, is Patrick. Is that true? You probably know better than me,
So if your question is this when they're starting the 5G area, so I believe that's correct. Of course, they have been very active already with the previous technologies and trying to license those to the automotive makers.
I haven't heard of their flat fee rate yet for like a 5G. But of course, like in response to Rob's, your question is whether the implementers would rather to license from a pool instead of individual. I think most implementers would rather do it with a pool because it's easier, and also it's also for them easier for them to calculate how much like a profit margin they still have left, you know, because if they do individual, they just each one by one, you never know what the next one is going to come up with, you know.
I think everybody loves the idea of a pool until there are 5 of them. And no one can agree on which one they absolutely need.
Yeah. But I think even for Avanci, I see like at least I noticed there's 3 big players is not there yet. Huawei is not there. Samsung is not there. LG is not there. I checked their website. I could have missed somebody, but I think I didn't find these 3 big players over there yet.
Right.
Well, I've always thought Nokia was a big player, right? Patrick, you'd agree with that?
Yeah, Nokia is part of it. Seems like,
Oh, sorry.
So I'm just going to highlight that I think theoretically most people agree that the companies probably want to go to pools to get the licenses. If you look at the empirical evidence of how, for example, Avanci has worked, it will be interesting to see if that actually is the case when we actually look how companies behave. So, you know, I think on paper that's exactly the way it should work, but I'm not quite sure if we are there with the empirical evidence yet.
Patent pooling is absolutely an efficient system, both for the patentees and the implementers side. That is, I think, that's a common understanding. But as Gonjun mentioned, especially unsophisticated implementer need to understand that entering a patent pool it's enough, because there is patentees outside a patent pool. So that is one thing we need to understand. That is one thing. But other than that, I think that many people think that the patent pooling mechanism is a very efficient system. I think many players understand like that. And in the past, I think patent pooling system involved in antitrust issues. But now I think that there is a shared view in general, at least in general, that the patent pooling is an efficient arrangement to reduce the transaction costs. That is preferable for both patentees and implementers. For example, one example is that the business review letter regarding Avanci's 5G IoT program issued by the U.S. Department of Justice Antitrust Division. I think that was last year, where they stated clearly that Avanci's 5G platform is unlikely to harm competition. So
it does feel like pools for a while have been sort of seen as pro-competitive. And I think it is just that reduced friction and, you know, less payouts to lawyers, which should result in lower consumer prices. I think that's probably the thinking there. You know, it's always possible. There does seem to be some shifts, at least in the U.S., around antitrust law. So it'll be interesting to see. And again, it's always interesting. I think it's just really a question of how smoothly does it operate, you know, and it feels like in the past, at least from my view, around a lot of standards, you ended up having a couple of big players, and it seems like since then we've been on this track where it seems like it's hard for anybody to kind of establish the pool that everybody else is drawn to. But you know, we'll see, and maybe Avanci is there early enough in time that they'll drive everyone that way. In terms of, you know, what thoughts. You know, obviously, this is a great time if the audience has any questions, but, you know, any thoughts that you have on kind of the next 5 years and sort of, you know, what you're looking forward to, what you're concerned about with respect to 5G licensing, you know, just any thoughts? Do you see, you know, the anti suit injunction getting better, getting worse? You know, Do we see arbitration taking off, but then, you know, territorial courts refusing to take determinations from those, you know, arbitration panels? I mean, where is this headed? I guess if you look into your crystal ball. I'm going to start with you first, Gojan. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. I think one area might be I expect in the next 2 to 3 years, maybe some court is going to make that decision. It's about whether a licensor, the owner, patent owner, can get the license rate based on the entire product or just the smallest sellable unit, because it's a uniqueness of this 5G, because 5G used to be a handset, right? Handset, you know, so far is that one, people still do that. And although some people challenging that, it hasn't been successful. But I think when the 5G technology is being used in a much bigger area, like an automobile, that might be an interesting area. I would say some court is likely going to make that decision.
Boy, people are going to run there, yeah. But no, I you know, that doesn't sound, you know, if I think of, you know, the kind of car that I had when 4G sort of came into view, it's a very, very different car in terms of infotainment, in terms of any kind of ADAS, anything like that. So yeah, I mean, it's a fundamentally different vehicle these days. And from a damages perspective, are people making the determination to buy that car based on those changes, right? Because maybe a lot of the rest of the car isn't that different. It still might be a petrol-powered engine. Maybe it's an EV, but those weren't unheard of at the time, you know, 4 or 5 years ago. So it is the determination, is the reason to buy that car based around the connectivity and the system involved. And if it is, then, you know, you do start walking yourself towards an EMV type analysis where, you know, this is the thing that makes people want to buy this car, and so therefore the royalty is appropriately based there. And any thoughts on that, Patrick or Akiko?
Yeah, so I actually, in licensing discussions, we don't very often see the smallest sellable unit discussions anymore. So it was something that was maybe discussed earlier on in the industry. It's a very much a question of licensing level, though. So I think that question is certainly something that will be absolutely key, especially in the IoT space going forward. So I think that's something that I look forward to seeing in the next 5 years, that what happens in the IoT space with regards to licensing level and with regards to how the industry plays out on the licensing overall. And then, as you said, the anti-suit injunction game will be very, very interesting to see, but that seems like an area where you have to have some clarity sooner rather than later, because it just kind of can't continue like this between the countries.
You're all right. I totally agree with Patrick's view. Licensing level as it's an unresolved issue and a very important issue, especially in the IoT world of 5G era. And yeah, case law hasn't resolved this issue, and also industries haven't reached a common practice as of today. So this is a very big issue, and I think that the government agencies like Japan and also the EU Commission, considering these issues. That's my understanding. So we need to look at the those development in the courts or the government agencies, and also we need to try to reach the common practice to efficiently negotiate the licensing negotiation in SAP world.
Does anybody expect, you know, an organization like WIPO, for instance, or somebody like that to establish some mechanism or suggest some mechanism to various countries? You know, it's one of those things we can all say, like, yeah, it's not working right now, but, you know, there's no intergalactic overlord we can take it to say, hey, you know, can you figure this out for us, right? This is the reality of the world, is that you have different countries. They all believe themselves to be sort of equally powerful or equally important. So it's a difficult thing to work out, but you could imagine sort of, organizations with intellectual property leadership sort of seeking to drive at least regional agreement, right? Maybe an agreement between, Japan and Korea and Singapore and some other, parts of Asia or parts of Europe. Has there been any development there that any of you are aware of, or even discussions, or anything of note?
I haven't heard much about that. I think that is looks like a good solution, but it seems like it's idea, right? In the reality, we are kind of have whether in terms of country, among countries, we kind of have mainly SEP owners and mainly implementers, and in terms of whether we should license to what level, and then we also have owners, and then it's kind of pooling, I think. But someday we have to, somewhere we'll reach a balance over here.
Right,
For that
right.
part, I'm still optimistic.
Yeah, balance is important.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I apologize. We are now in the part where I'm asking questions we have not spoken about in the prep. So my panelists are like, "Where is this coming from? We never talked about that." No, it's interesting. And you can imagine that a lot of these countries have a vested interest, as you say, in sort of supporting their piece of this. Do they represent, is it primarily SEP owners? Is it primarily implementers? What kind of implementers are? Is it IoT? Is it auto? Is it, what areas matter to them? Any thoughts from you on this issue, Patrick? Or
so I think it's one of those that remains to be seen. Usually bilateral discussions have worked very well when there has been a willingness of both sides to respect the process. Now, of course, there starts to be a lot of ways in which you can avoid, or at least try to avoid the payments for a certain period of time, and a lot of companies try to use that option, of course. So we'll see how it develops, but the bilateral negotiations have actually worked very well in the FRAND kind of process before, and I have no reason to assume that they wouldn't continue to do so between two willing parties.
Yeah, right now, the complexity it's existing in the SAP world. There are so many issues we need to understand, and many of some of those issues are not being resolved in the courts or the government agencies. So, but in general, FRAND principle, we in general, one thing is that both sides need to negotiate under the FRAND principle. What is FRAND principle? That is not clear enough, but at least we need to negotiate under the FRAND principle. And I hope that if both parties negotiate in good faith under the FRAND principle and under the case laws in various jurisdictions, I think that people would reach the good agreement. But I suspect that many players right now do not fully understand what is the FRAND principle, including and other issues, including European four-way versus CTE framework. So first of all, we need to learn clearly and fully what we need to do. And then we need to try to make efforts to reach the common practice, which have a good balance between the patentees and the implementer. Yeah, as Gunjo mentioned, balance is a very important thing, especially in the SAP world.
Yeah, years and years and years ago, when I was a young attorney, we did some piece of work for somebody, and it was about basically what could we take from the case law in the United States around FRAND, and what does that mean? What does that really fundamentally mean? Where are the lines? And as best I can recall, we weren't able to really figure out anything. You know, it really didn't seem to have a whole lot of import other than people seem to feel better if you said, oh, it's going to be licensed under FRAN term. So yeah, it's interesting. We actually do have a question, so I'm thrilled about this from the audience. Any recommendation for Taiwanese vendors under anti-suit court war? Basically, where if you were a Taiwanese vendor, you know, where do you start? If the negotiation is going poorly, and I'm adding this part, but if the negotiation is going poorly, and you're a SEP holder, you know, where do you start your litigation? If you're an implementer, where would you start your litigation? Any advice that we have for you know, potential Taiwanese clients?
I would say if you are a SEP owner, start with Germany. But if you are implementer, start with China court. Just my observation.
Yeah, I got that same observation when I looked through Akika's materials. So yeah.
Yeah. As Gunjun said, Germany is in general patent-friendly jurisdiction, and as for the SCP litigations, Germany is very preferable to SCP owners because they could get injunction in German courts. So, you know, injunction is a very big tool to reach the good settlement. So, yeah, I agree. The selection of forum is depending on the situation of each case, but in general, Germany is a very good jurisdiction to patentees.
And I'm going to say that, I'm going to say that avoid litigation and offer to take a license under FRAN terms and arbitrate those FRAN terms between the parties. Then everybody will be happy.
Great. Yep.
There you go. There you go. I'm not sure how much time we have left here. Sorry.
I think we already exceeded.
Yeah.
I feel like we've exceeded. I'm kind of waiting for somebody to come in with a shepherd's crook and pull us off. And
I didn't bring it with me today.
All right.
Great. Yeah, we're just about out of time. So this is the last chance for the audience to share any questions. And I'm sure the speakers would be happy if you reached out to them privately as well if you had anything that comes up after the event. And whilst we're waiting for that, it just falls to me to thank once again the speakers for the 5G licensing and focus session, Akiko Araki, Grojun Zhao, Patrick Hammerin, and of course facilitated by Rob Calico.
I want to pass along that thanks as well, because it would have been a horrible thing if I tried to talk about any of this. So I very much appreciate the three of you being here. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Rob,
it was a great session.
It's such a pleasure to working with each other here. Yeah.
Yes,
absolutely.
Me too. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
I don't believe there's any more questions. So once again, thank you, and thank you to our speakers from earlier today, both in the patent world of 5G, 6G, and a keynote by Tomonori Beku. That brings to a close the morning session of IPBC Taiwan. Please join using the same link you used today to log in this afternoon at 1:55 p.m. local time, where we'll have an introduction from ITRI and the 5G Industry Innovation and Development Alliance, followed by a keynote from Dr. Jiangming Wu at Honhai Research Institute and Foxconn, and then closing off this afternoon with a 5G economy and innovative technology discussion. I look forward to seeing you all shortly. Thank you again, speakers. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Bye.
Have a great
Thank you.
day. Bye.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for rejoining us this afternoon for the PM sessions of 2021's IPBC Taiwan event. And welcome to those of you who are just joining us now. We have an action-packed agenda prepared for you this afternoon, including an introduction from ITRI and the 5G Industry Innovation and Development Alliance, a keynote on innovation trend and IP strategy of 5G, followed by a panel discussion on 5G economy and innovative technology. As with our sessions this morning, please feel free to use the Q&A function to issue any questions to any of the speakers, and they will get back to you at the closing of IPBC Taiwan 2021. If you have any technical issues, please drop a note in the chat, and we'll be happy to assist you. I hope you enjoy.
各位线上的嘉宾以及朋友们，大家午安！非常欢迎参加由经济部工业局所主办，由工业技术研究院和 IAM 执行，以及台湾区电机电子工业同业公会 5G 产业创新发展联盟所合作办理的2021 IPBC Taiwan 创新科技论坛。台湾丰沛的研发能量，创造出了庞大的智慧资产。为了协助企业活化智财管理思维，建构健全的智慧财产权发展环境，经济部工业局2度携手全球知名机构 IAM， 举办今天这场 IPBC Taiwan 创新科技论坛，期望借由产业经验的分享与交流，引领企业以智财布局来奠定台湾科技发展基石，也以创新技术来开拓更多的商机。5G 热潮在2021年持续席卷全球，各国都积极发展 5G 的技术以及建设。在产业创新的同时，智慧财产议题更成为企业不可忽略的重要课题。因此，今天论坛的下午场，我们邀请到国际企业先进，借由专题演讲及高峰座谈，为大家剖析 5G 智财的价值以及专利布局策略的重要性，让 5G 智财成为台湾企业与国际接轨的竞争力。在论坛正式开始之前，我们很荣幸邀请到2位贵宾为今天的活动致辞，揭开序幕。首先，欢迎 5G 产业创新发展联盟许介立会长，欢迎会长。
工业局吕局长、工研院吕总营运长，各位线上的贵宾、企业先进，大家好。面对 5G 时代全球电信网络走向开放架构，电信基础的架构走向了软硬体的结构，也为了我国的设备、零组件以及创新应用的解决方案有了一个新的机会。有鉴于此， 5G 产业创新发展联盟在去年经济部工业局的指导下成立，透过了互信互利的联盟运作，由各 SIG、产、研等单位一起征就 5G 产业开放网络架构测试平台、多核网测平台的插拔测试、高频 3D IC 实验室的参观交流、高频封装与测试、5G 竞赛推广、专频专网的政策意见收集等方面进行运作。借此，联盟平台促进了国内资通讯产业、电信服务业以及应用服务业之间的有效合作，并且与政府单位、研发法人相关的资源做整合，加速推动了 5G 产业链的发展。5G 产业创新发展联盟一共有4大目标：第一，成为台湾 5G 产业主要的发展社群平台；第二，推动并建立台湾 5G 的供应链发展；第三，连结国际组织或企业的合作窗口；第四，建立示范场域，带动市场的拓展。所以，在去年成立的时候，组织架构是由3大 SIG 所组成，包括了开放网络架构、系统供应链以及垂直运用。有鉴于全球 5G 蓬勃发展，面对 5G 更多元化的应用市场以及专利布局，我国企业如何因应强势的专利权人环伺的情势，是我们国内 5G 应用产业研发制造业者必须正视的一个 严肃课题。因此，联盟在今年5月7号筹组了智慧财产权 SIG 来加强运作。很荣幸能够邀请到联发科的法务长林副总、工研院技术移转与法律中心的王执行长来担任这个 SIG 的业界及法人召集人。SIG 的运作将以建构国内5G 相关产业的智慧财产权合作平台，强化台湾企业的国际谈判能力，媒合技术与智权互通流通的布局，以新时代智慧通讯的财产权为宗旨，并且建立了以搭建国内5G 相关产业智慧财产权的合作平台，消弭权利金资讯不对称的情势，加强台湾企业的国际谈判地位。第二，建制5G 财产权的分析平台，提供会员业界5G 智慧财产权的资讯与服务，便捷了学研并媒合产业界的合作对于智慧财产权与技术的需求。第三，整合国内产学研积极的超前布局新世代通讯的智慧财产权为主要的推动目标。同时 SIG 也邀请了具有丰富制裁与实战经验的专家咨询小组，以提供台湾5G 专业营运策略的发展意见，并且重视厂商所需要提供的协助，包括今天语坛的嘉宾宏基电脑的吴法务长、台积电的陈副法务长，以及宏达电的卢法务长的专家，都是我们咨询小组重要的伙伴。台湾在世界经济论坛 WEF 所公布的全球竞争力报告中，已经多次在创新能力中排名亚太第一，全球名列前茅的杰出表现。WEF 称台湾、德国、美国、瑞士是全球4大的超级创新者，显示政府以及企业在不断的促进产业创新上面备受国际的肯定。而近年在新冠肺炎的疫情影响之下，更凸显了通讯技术对于人类社会以及经济活动所影响证据。根据全球国际研究机构 IHS Markit 5G 经济报告的预估，到了2035年，全球5G 产业投入将会达到4兆美元，而由5G 技术所驱动的产业将投资超过了12兆美元，其中又以制造、数位娱乐、交通等影响最大。正因为商机如此庞大，这些关键技术的领域所衍生出来的产业与技术，更需要的是更多的创新与创意的人才的参与与培养。未来联盟也会在制裁与创新发展方面跟业界一起努力。最后，也预祝今天的活动圆满顺利，各位与会嘉宾身体健康，万事如意。谢谢大家。
非常谢谢许会长。紧接着，我们欢迎工业技术研究院于孝先总营运长，欢迎总营运长。
工业局吕局长、5G 产业创新发展联盟许会长、各位讲师、各位与谈人、各位嘉宾，大家好。欢迎各位莅临今天的论坛。透过我国产业制裁战略的探讨以及经验的分享，共同思考如何在5G 的时代创造台湾厂商的国际竞争力。AI、Big Data、区块链、物联网、云端运算等等的技术，让我们的生活样貌已经有了重要的改变。在工研院的2030技术策略蓝图里面，我们也勾勒了未来的整个的世界的样貌，它会是一个万物联网、AI、人工智慧驱动的一个世界。生活周遭充满了各式各样的智慧装置与服务，前所未有的智慧生活和产业模式将会加速的展开。从产业的角度来看，无论是智慧生活、智慧制造，甚至健康照护等等，这一些的新兴的智慧应用，除了用到 AI、Big Data 以外，也常常结合了5G甚至到材料等等的跨领域的技术。 这对产业的需求快速的朝向跨领域的趋势来移动。企业除了自己努力研发、创造智慧财产权之外，很重要的一件事情就是，如果能够将台湾这个 ecosystem 中的企业与机构进行专利的汇聚以及组合，除了本身的资源投入可以聚焦，并有机会让自家的专利扩大影响力，进而共同创造产业的整体优势。长期以来，面对全球科技的快速发展，以及国际的大厂抢先进行智慧财产权的布局、卡位等等，台湾产业面临了权利金的支付以及专利诉讼等等的问题，往往只能够见招拆招，处境相对被动。那我们看作比较好的一面呢，是这些年来我国的厂商逐渐累积了相当充沛的智慧财产权的能量以及国际的经验，也越来越能够体认到台湾的产业必须合作。因此，工研被期待担任这个产学研链接的平台角色，让大家的专利能够发挥打群架1+1远大于2的这个功能。很感谢在经济部以及电工会的鼓励及支持之下，工研院与联发科率先召集与5G 产业创新发展联盟合作，在今年8月正式成立了智慧财产权 SIG。一方面延揽了多位具有丰富经验的国内外专家担任咨询顾问，另一方面并积极邀请了国内的企业汇聚含金量高的专利，一起加入了 IPBank 的行列，希望借由 IPBank 的成立，建置符合产业需求的智权分析的平台，来研究分析国内外的智权情报，并且媒合以智权技术等等交易授权，借由这些作为，提供台湾厂商更好的智财权保护伞和资源，让台湾厂商在5G 的研发与应用方面，与国际大厂并驾齐驱，放心的打国际杯。今年2021年，台湾创新技术博览会 TIE 首度数位转型为线上的展会，定位为 Taiwan Innotech Expo Year 2021 Virtual， 集结了欧美日及新南向等90多个国际机构与企业参与，一起打造了创新领航馆、未来科技馆以及永续发展馆3大虚拟展示馆，并且办理创新科技论坛 IPBC Taiwan。这是一件非常有意义的创举，展现了台湾不但挺过了疫情的挑战，更运用危机开拓了新的商机。今天论坛的下午场，我们特别邀请到了 IPBank 几位重要的专家顾问，也是国内非常重视创新，在5G 的科技的国际供应链上面占有重要地位的重量级企业代表，同台来分享创新科技的布局中5G 智财权的布局趋势，以及产业发展5G 经济的机会所在。专家们包括鸿海科技集团鸿海研究院吴仁明所长，联发科技林美惠副总经理，宏基集团吴丽娟全球法务长，台积电陈碧丽副法务长暨首席智权律师，以及宏达电卢家德副总经理暨法务长。我们感谢各位专家的莅临指导，相信专家们的趋势观点和现身说法能为各位带来不同的前瞻思维。再次谢谢各位专家，也谢谢各位与会的嘉宾，预祝今天下午场的论坛圆满成功，谢谢。
非常谢谢总营运长，现在就要进行今天的专题演讲。今天的专题演讲非常荣幸邀请到的专家是鸿海研究院新世代通讯研究所吴仁明所长。吴所长在美国矽谷有非常丰富的研发经验，对5G 通讯技术有深入的研究，除了在学术论文上有超过100篇的贡献，也发表了相关的国际专利。今天吴所长将和大家分享5G 发展趋势与智财布局策略。我们欢迎吴所长。
好，大家好，今天很高兴跟大家分享关于这个5G 的 发展趋势跟制裁策略的这个分析啊。我们今天会分3个部分呢，跟大家做个报告啊。那第一个部分呢，我们是会先跟大家说明这个5G 的发展的趋势啊，那还有5G 的这个所带来的新的建设跟机会。那从这个5G 的发展的趋势跟这个新的机会里面呢，我们可以看到呢5G 跟过去的这个4G、3G 或是2G 呢，它有很大的一个变化。那在这个5G 的这个新形态的 radio 里面呢，那它所带出来的那个制裁的策略是什么？那它所面临的这个挑战又是什么？我们先说这个5G 的这个 NR 的发展的趋势这个 NR 就是 New Radio 的意思像这个在4G 里面我们叫 LTE Long Term Evolution 那 5G 的它的这个昵称呢叫 New Radio 它就代表一个新的一个技术的一个发展。我们先说一下这个一般我们通讯技术呢它发展的这个逻辑跟它这个周期这每一代的通讯技术呢它都有这样的一个发展的一个逻辑从一开始呢是先是有一个这个愿景从愿景开始就也在每一个世代开始之前我们就都会想那我们这个 generation 呢它会想要达到什么样的一个愿景带来什么样的一个benefit。那再来从这个愿景出发呢从这个愿景出发就是像5G就是这个 EMBB 这个 URLC 或那个 massive 的 machine type communication。那从这个愿景出发，那就是说，那我们要达到这些愿景呢会面临哪些问题要解决哪些问题呢才能够去实现呢到达我们的这个所希望完成的这个愿景。那再来下一步呢就会有所谓的这个技术的规格技术的规格是要解决这些问题呢需要什么样的一个技术规格可以解决这些问题那技术规格就譬如说像这个 throughput 它的 throughput 需要多少 gigabit per second 它的 latency 需要到多少 millisecond 以下然后它的 connectivity 它的 spectral efficiency energy efficiency 等等就是说就是这个就会有这个所需要的这个标准的这个规格的需求不是标准规格就是技术规格的需求来解决这个问题那有这个规格的一个目标之后呢那才会有这个那我们就要想说那要去满足这些requirement 这些技术的这个需求的话那需要发展什么样的技术那就有各式各样不同的技术那才能够去满足这些在这个解决这些问题所需要的规格那这个技术里面呢就会这些技术的发展在里面呢就会有很多跟这个这个制裁呢相关的这个衍生就是在这个技术的发展的这个阶段那从这个技术的发展呢那就会正式进入这个标准的制定那像5G 来说呢它的标准是从这个 CGPP 的第14开始那整个标准制定的过程大概是从2015年开始一直到2020 2019年正式 release 那所以再从这个过程从技术的发展到标准的制定到这个标准的正式 release 出来呢这中间就有非常多的这个技术跟这个专利制裁的这个布局这些 activity 所以这个是一个相当长时间的一个布局。那所以现在5G 来说它现在的标准就是初始第一个版本是 release 15现在 release 16也出来了，然后还有 release 17，这都是属于5G 的一个标准那等标准制定出来之后那我们就会由这个标准这个各个厂商呢就会去产生他们的这个产品根据这个满足这个标准呢所能够所需要的产品。那不同的公司呢，他们制作的产品呢都能够满足这个标准的规范经过这个认证的所以在这个通讯的领域里面这不同的产品所以能够互通是因为有共同的这个标准的协定。那这个新的标准新的产品它来到市场上来它就会产生带动新的技术建设因为它有新的应用新的愿景所带出来那这些产品的就是为了要去达到这个一开始的这个愿景的想要去达成的这些方向那所以它就会带动出来新的基础建设还有这个新的机会新的商机那当然也会同时呢它就会带出来新的 business model然后我们就看这些结果呢是不是能够满足一开始我们所希望达到的这个愿景那所以这个是整个周而复始的是一个相当长的一个过程那如果是以这个cellular 的手机通讯来说，这整个过程就会是一个8到10年的一个时间。好，那我们来看一下这整个行动通讯的演进我们如果从早一点来看呢最早的时候呢是这个电报人类用电报来做通讯，在1837年的时候那过来才有这个有线的这个通讯1892年那从有线这个有线的电话呢用了很久的时间才正式进入这个行动通讯是1983年然后第一代、第二代、第三代跟第四代、第五代那每一代呢都带来对于这个终端的这个设备呢都带来一个革命性的一个变化重新定义了这个产品同时呢重新这个建构了这个产业还有这个供应链那一般来说第一代、第三代跟第五代呢都会是有一个新的愿景还有一个那个 disruptive 的一个技术的一个发展，然后到第二代、第四代偶数时代呢它才对这个愿景产生一个完善跟真正的实现譬如说在这个第一代的行动通讯呢它主要的愿景就是把就是这个电话通讯呢行动化那第三代呢就是它的一个愿景就是这个智慧手机的诞生那第五代呢就是从智慧手机呢更进一步呢增加这个所谓的这个 URLC 跟 massive 的这个 machine type communication 啊，这个万物的联网啊，所以这个第一代的行动通讯呢，到了第二代的数位行动通讯诞生了才真正的成熟。然后第三代的这个智慧手机呢，那第三代我们现在说叫 feature phone 但是智慧手机真正的普及化跟成熟变多媒体通讯呢，要到第四代呢才真正的完成那第五代呢，就所谓的就是从智慧手机呢进一步变到万物联网那万物联网这个愿景它会持续的这个发生到 B5G 到 6G 它会持续的发酵所以这个所以我们说这个第四代行动通讯呢改变了我们的生活，第五代行动通讯呢改变了社会。我们先看一下这个第五代行动通讯它所要这个有哪三个主要的一个面向第一个面向就是我们刚刚说的这个 enhance mobile broadband 就是更高的这个 throughput 就是从更加改善这个第四代行动通讯的 throughput 那就是 mobile device AR VR 还有这个直播还有这个运动赛事这个大型集会的场所流量不足的问题解决这些capacity 跟 throughput 的问题那第二个就是它第5G 呢它跟4G 有非常不一样的，就是它想要去解决这个叫mission critical 的 service 就是一个关键的这个任务譬如说像这个车载行动通讯它需要很可靠的传送，那需要这个低延迟的传送那因为这个跟车子的移动的这个安全有关系它需要 low latency 的 requirement 那它需要这个稳定度然后第二个就是像这个机器人像这个 drone 无人机的操控或是像这个智慧工厂智慧工厂里面的机器人的这个传送它就是它跟这个它需要很稳定那需要这个低延迟然后就是这个智慧医疗智慧医疗它的这个做远端做这个手术远端看诊那甚至远端操控这个手术机器人那这个都需要就是所谓的 mission critical service 那这个就是一个全新的一个 service 是在 4G 呢4G 的这个技术呢它所无法去满足的一个 service 那第三个就是这个massive 的 Internet of Things 大量的这个物联网大量的连接像这个 wearable 的 device 还有像这个智慧城市智慧家庭这个连接的海量的这个物联网的连接那 connectivity 这个也是在这个 4G 里面无法去support 的一个应用所以主要这三个应用。所以如果说所以这个第一个是这个 4G 的一个延伸那后面这个 mission critical 跟海量的这个物联网就是一个未来这个5G 呢它所以可以改变社会的一个地方那我们说到要做到这件事情就是需要一个新的技术然后就会产生新的这个制裁新的制裁跟新的 patent 那在这个通常大部分来说，我们看到就是在这个5G 的技术发展里面或是它的制裁的，其实大部分的制裁的布局还有这个都是还是跟这个physical layer 比较相关那整个布局那其实也是一个相当长的过程那有几个那我们现在这个一般的有几个比较重要的一个技术，那我就简单稍微提一下一个就是这个叫scalable 的所谓的 ODM 的 interface 就是在这 ODM 呢，它可以更加的弹性化那弹性化呢，它就可以为了它可以支援呢这个物联网这个碎片化的一个传送它很多 mini slot 可以来支援这个比较low latency 或是 short packet 的一个传送所以它的这个 framework 它有一个弹性的 slot 不同的 slot 来支援这个 low latency 的这个传送会更加的具有弹性更软然后就是有新的这个编码的技术新的编码的技术像 LDPC Protocol 就是在这个新的这个多根字码编码技术让这个5G 的传送呢更加的可靠错误率可以更低还有这个Massive MIMO 就是大型的这个多天线的一个传送的技术还有再来就是这个所谓的毫米波的传送这些都跟这个throughput EMBB UILC 还有这个 MTC 呢都有关系所以这些技术的部件呢都需要早期的这个 R&D 的这个投入还要有这个prototype 能够去证明这个技术的可行性然后去做这个技术专利的布局然后去切入这个 3GPP 的这个技术的这个贡献好，那我们看目前这个5G 的这个部件的一个状况目前5G 的部件呢它的渗透率呢现在还在发散当中那因为那我想一方面因为这个COVID-19 疫情的关系呢它的渗透呢会有一点比较缓慢那所以会有些人会觉得说这个从4G 到5G 呢它不一定还没有很有感觉因为它你如果说只有使用到这个4G 的个人的手机呢所用的这个应用的话呢所以有可能还不是那么有感所以这个5G 的渗透率目前还不算非常的高大概像台湾大概是11% 到目前那这个渗透率呢慢慢后面呢往后的几年会随着它的技术的这个从那个 non-standalone 跟 standalone 还有这个新的 release 的这个5G 的标准的这个技术的发展起来它就会逐步的提高它的渗透率我们看一下这个5G NR 它的这个service trend 我们用这个美国的它的这个市场的预测我们就可以看到现在是2021年现在大概是11.9个billion 那它会渗透到所有不同的market 的里面去就不只是这个手机啦它会整个会渗透到所有不同的产业不同的面向那在后面呢在后面的几年就会有比较 相信就会有比较爆发性的一个成长。好，那这个如果各位如果大家有记得哈，我们举一个例子来说，为什么这个5G 它的 capability 呢还没有完全的展示出来，没有完全发挥它的这个 capability 我们举一个例子来在这个今年的这个东京奥运这是它的那个闭幕式它闭幕式的它的有一个表演不知道大家如果有看的话它这个是在展示一个这个5G 的这个 ultra reliable low latency 的一个展示那它这个是它在演奏同一首乐曲的时候呢这个是在这个在东京的这个音乐厅在东京的场馆还有在巴黎的音乐厅巴黎的音乐厅还有这个塞纳河畔还有巴黎的市区还有在这个罗浮宫甚至在这个在那个在太空卫星上面那这个是在东京这些所有不同的乐器呢他们在同一个时间它不是分开录的它是在同一个时间去同时演奏同一首乐曲那所以这个就需要是 real time 的是 live real time 的一个演奏所以它需要一个非常高精密度的一个同步的一个技术，非常需要一个非常可靠低延迟的一个讯号的传送，然后去呈现到把这些不同的讯号呢同步在一起才能够去产生你听起来呢不会有这个 delay 不会有违和的感觉所以这是展示这个5G 的它的一个技术的一个能力好，那我们来说在这个5G 的这个技术的有新的发展这些新的发展的趋势那它会带来这个什么样一个新的机会呢它的这个5G 呢它会带来这个新的 enabling 的 application 会有新的基础建设也会有新的这个发展的机会举个例子来说譬如说这个智慧工厂就是在这个工厂里面呢我们可以用5G 呢5G 的这个small cell 呢或是这个所谓的 open RAN 去建置一个这个私网private network来把这些工厂里面呢所有的运作呢都连接在一起使这个运作呢更加的这个顺畅那这样的一个智慧工厂那我们可以从几个不同的面向呢可以看到它所带来的这个优点这个从这个企业的角度来说它可以降低这个人力成本，因为它这个工厂里面呢还有所谓的灯塔工厂它可以用大量的机器人来做这个工厂的这个产线的这个生产那可以做这个各种这个资料的一个分析然后从管理的角度来说呢可以让这个工厂更加的自动化就全部用这个机器人呢来做这个生产线上的这个操作那可以使整个产线呢更加的有效率这个智慧的这个产线的一个管理那从这个营运工厂的这个 operation 的角度来说，可以把这些不同的这个工厂里面各式各样的 data用 sensor 呢连接在一起 可以用实时的这个产线可以看到实时的产线的 data 那可以产生 just in time 及时的这个运算那也可以及时的这个监控那个产线的任何一个细节那这些那也可以用这个low latency 低延迟的这个精确的控制呢去控制这个机器人的这个操作那另外一个新的应用呢，就是这个车联网未来的这个车子呢这个车子就像是这个移动的装有4个轮子的这个电脑那这个车联网呢把这所有的这个移动的电脑都连接在一起那未来的这个自驾车呢自驾车它的发展因为自驾车如果是只有一台自驾车的话它只能它透过它的 camera 或是它的雷达也好或是那个光达也好它只能看到前方视线范围内的一个场景那如果被遮挡的话呢如果是被遮挡的话它就看不到如果前方发生车祸它就看不到了或是这个转弯的路面呢它可能就看不到了但是透过这个车联网可以把这些资讯呢做那个 data 的 fusion 让这个自驾车呢就可以更精确的掌控呢这个每一台车子的这个路面的一个状况那这个可以对这个行车的这个安全的提供行车的安全的辅助，或是提供更多的这个行车的这个应用的一个服务所以这个我们可以就未来的车子呢所以上面会有各式各样的通讯的连接就产生一个新的一个平台就过去的这个平台这个行动通讯的平台呢主要呢就可能就是这个智慧手机。那未来这个车子本身呢车子本身它就会是一个新的移动的那个平台新的 platform 那就会产生全新的一个 paradigm。那 5G 呢，它会这个新的所以它整个会产生一个新的这个建设新的 infrastructure 从最底层需要各式各样的 sensor camera lidar radar 这个各式各样的 sensor 还有终端底层的这个 device 这个被动元件也好这个主动元件也好各式各样的 device module 跟 dongle smartphone 还有终端的产品还有这个接取这个 radio access 这个终端的接取还有核网那最后是这个这个 data center 所以它会整个改变了整个产生新的一个 infrastructure 那我们看到就是说 OK 那 5G 呢会带来一个全新它的趋势一个新的一个创新的趋势的发展，然后也会带来一个全新的改变那在这个 5G 的领域里面呢5G 的这个产业或是市场那它的这个制裁的策略是什么？那所带来的新的挑战又是什么？跟这个我们是不是已经准备好了要面对所谓5G 的这个Standardization IP pattern 这个标准制裁呢的一个这个权利金 的这个问题。不像这个4G LTE 的这个时代呢，这个它的这个制裁的专利授权，基本上呢，就是这个智慧手机，那基本上所面对的产业呢，就是这个电信产业。那在这个5G 里面呢，它的5G 的技术呢，就会切入各个不同的产业。那譬如像我们刚刚说的这个智慧工厂譬如说像这个汽车产业、车联网这个物流、零售业甚至还有这个农产农业它会切入智慧农场、智慧家庭那所以呢这个5G 的这个制裁的这个授权的问题就会比以前的4G呢更加的复杂化。我们先说这个什么叫 Standardization pattern 就是这个标准关键的这个制裁这个专利一般专利要成为这个 SEP 的这个专利呢它必须要有两个部分它必须是一个可 patent 的一个技术可以 patentable 的一个技术那第二个它就是在 5G 里面呢它是 5G 的相关的技术呢它可以技术所的这个专利然后呢它有各式各样的这个标准的 contribution 那这些各个公司所发展的专利呢它不一定会是在这个标准里面所以它同时这些专利呢同时呢都进到这个标准里面的为标准所采用的我们才可以说这个就是这个 SEP 这个标准的关键制裁所以一般那所以这个标准关键制裁它的产生其实是一个漫长的过程我们上面这个图是这个一个那个 typical 的一个3GPP 标准制定的这个 meeting 的一个时间还有一个 pre-meeting 每次标准会议大概每次的标准会议呢大概是会开大概1个礼拜的时间或是就是一个4.5天在5天的时间那前7天叫 pre-meeting period 那在前面是这个技术发展的一个时间那中间会有一个那从一次标准会议到下一次标准会议呢中间有一个 idle 的时间大概1个月到大概1个半月的时间还有下次标准会议那我们看到这个各个公司呢在这个专利的这个布局它的活动在这个 pre-meeting 它的这个provisioning 呢或是在从这个meeting 之前呢其实很早就会开始那到了这个 pre-meeting 的这个阶段呢会达到一个高峰期会达到高峰期那一直到这个 meeting 进行的时间呢都会一直有这个patent 的这个活动patent 的 provision 的活动那甚至这个 meeting 之后呢都还就会比较低，那还是会有这个专利的布局的一个活动 所以有效的获得，我们看到就是说会获得进入专利进入标准的这些专利呢的活动，它是一个长时间的一个布局。那在这个 meeting 的前后呢就会有一个高峰期一个密集的一个活动那大部分的这个要布局这个标准关键制裁的这个发明人也大部分也都会去在50%到70%的发明人也会去参加这个标准的会议那我们看从这个制裁呢获得这个制裁获得进入这个标准之后呢，这个公司就可以从这边去获利这个是过去在这个4G 里面呢大家所获得的这个经由这个授权这个关键制裁的授权所获得大量的这个授权金那就是我们可以看到这个蓝色的这个主要就是这个 Qualcomm 它占的比例是最大的那就还包括这个黄色的这个主要的这是 Nokia 那这个灰色的是这个 Erickson 等等我们来看一下那这个授权金是怎么授权金是怎么计算出来的它有几个要素第一个就是说这个授权的这个收费的单位是什么那在以前4G 里面呢授权金这个收费的单位呢主要就是这个智慧以手机厂牌手机呢为这个授权金收费的一个对象那再来就是说那我就是根据这个手机它的这个每一只手机呢我要 charge 多少这个专利的授权金还有就是它的这个费用要怎么计算那一般就是用这个叫 average selling price 或是 net selling price 去当做每一只手机呢它的收费的这个基础的这个汇率那再来就是那如何计算这个授权金呢那一般有2种 approach 是 bottom up 跟 top down bottom up 就是说从现有的例子里面呢去归纳已经有这个某一家呢它是如何授权然后又那不同的手机呢是如何授权 bottom up 的 approach那最常用的呢是叫这个 top down 的 approach 就是用 aggregate 的 royalty 的这个授权金的这个 rate 呢乘上这个每一家公司的 contribution 那所以这个 rate 就是说就是 total 的这个aggregate 的 royalty 的 rate aggregate royalty 的 rate 那乘上这个每一家这个公司呢它所占有的这个关键制裁的这个比例这个contribution 的这个 percentage 去计算这个每一家公司的 royalty rate 那这个 aggregate 的 royalty rate 呢是大概是在4G 里面呢是大概是6%到10%左右那整个授权金呢的计算呢就是各个公司呢它的这个 royalty 的 rate 乘上它的这个每个单位呢unit price 就每一只手机我应该要跟你收多少钱那再乘上它的这个销售量你卖了多少只手机去计算出那所以这个 那从这个计算这个授权金呢，那鸿海它的IP 的 strategy 是什么？它的策略有3个第一个就是简单说就是有质有量还有多用就是要有 quality 我们的这个 IP 呢必须要是一个高品质一个有效的 essential 的 IP 然后它的 quantity 呢要有很多的 IP 才能够打这个群体战就产生一个pool 的一个力量再来呢，我们希望呢它就是 not inventing the wheel 它可以对这个社会呢有所贡献，它是一个新形态的一个专利当然这个专利的这个策略的一个目标就是我们有这个3个目标第一个目标就是能够这个我们的产生的这个专利呢就能够防御能够产生对公司的这个产品能够产生防御能够保护公司的产品还有能够做这个攻击能够当别人来要求我们付权利金的时候呢我们能够去消除对方的这个或是做这个 cross licensing 交换这个技术授权或是mitigate 对方的这个专利那第3个呢就是要能够创造价值就是我们这个专利的这个策略的一个目标所以对这个专利授权这个 licenser 来说提供这个 SEP 的专利的这个公司来说它所要面临的问题就是说它的这个专利呢它是不是的确是一个 essential 的一个 IP 它是不是在这个标准里面第二个就是说它的这个技术呢它在这个布局的过程当中呢这个布局是一个漫长的过程在这整个布局过程当中是不是可以这个技术是不是可以专利化？是不是可以当别人采用我的专利的时候呢我可以去 catch 到 detect 到别人使用的专利另外就是说 over declaration 这个很多专利呢它是会这个过度 over claim 会 over claim 就是说它是不是我的技术呢是不是在这个标准的 pool 里面那从防御的角度来说你如果说你是这个licensing 你是被授权人的话那你需要的一个注意的事情有以下这些点比如说你必须要去去检查当别人来这个要求你付权利金的时候呢那你这个专利呢是不是必须的它是一个 SEP 的专利但是那个可能是并不必须的比如说举个例子来说比如说你是一个终端的制造终端设备这个 UE 的设备商UV 的 terminal 但是这个来跟你收费的这个 licenser 呢它的 SEP 呢它可能是在这个基地台在 base station 上面那这个就不见得能够对得上或者说你的市场呢跟它的这个它的 SEP 的市场不一样它的 SEP 呢没有 cover 到你的这个产品的市场就没有 necessity 那另外一个就是这个licensee 会面临到的一个问题就是这个资讯的不对称通常这个 SEP 的这个 holder 呢，他有大量的资讯跟雄厚跟丰富的经验啊，那对被授权人呢，他可能是比较小的厂商啊，所以他的这个经验啊、资讯啊，都比较不充足啊，所以会有资讯不对称、不公平的情形啊，好，所以这是这就非常要这个挑战巨人，就会面临相当的一个困难。第三个就是这个要这个 identify 这个 essentiality， 就是它这个 SEP 我们刚刚说有很多 over declaration 的问题就是会过度的 claim 过度的 claim 这个essentiality 那但是事实上呢，很多这个 patent 呢并没有在这个 contribution 里面它有这个非常多的 patent tool， 但是可能只有20%是真的有进入到标准里面所以呢会有这个 overclaim 的问题第四个就是这个所谓这个 friend 的royalty rate 这个它的这个费率，就是我们刚刚讲这个授权金的计算呢是不是满足这个 friend 的标准？所以 friend 就是说这个是一个fair, reasonable and non-discriminate 的一个在满足这样是不是有这样的标准？那这个 royalty 的 rate 呢是怎么计算出来的是不是合理等等那这些呢都会每一个件事情呢都会在这个negotiation 的过程里面，那整个这个 negotiation 还有这个诉讼呢的这个成本呢又会很高这都是 licensing 呢会碰到的问题那谁有这些5G 的这些 SEP 的这个 license 这是那个 5G 的 SEP 的这个 profiling 那我们刚刚说这个权利金呢就是用各家公司拥有的这个percentage 的比例呢拥有这个关键制裁的这个比例呢来做收费那所有的权利金呢是这个大笔，但每一家公司呢它占有一定的比例那按这个比例呢按这个比例去计算出来这个 royalty 的 rate， 然后再去乘上这个被授权人他的这个 unit 还有他的这个 price 去计算这个权利金那个特别提的就是我这个鸿海呢跟这个 Sharp 呢，在这个5G 的关键制裁里面呢拥有1400多件关键制裁约占整个关键制裁呢4%在世界的这个排名是占第9位但目前我们看到5G 的这个权利金的收费呢华为呢说他要每一只手机呢要收2.5元，Nokia 他说要收3.8美元，Erickson 说呢他大概会收2.5到5块钱那 Qualcomm 他会收在9.1元到13块美金这样的一个收费这是智慧手机但是这个5G 呢我们刚刚说5G 的这个它就不会是只有这个智慧手机它的挑战于它的这个多元化，它的产业的多元化譬如说在这个5G 里面呢，它会有这个 Open RAN 的这个市场那 Open RAN 呢它不是手机它是一个那个small cell或是这个 micro cell 的一个设备那它把这个 traditional 这个基站的设备呢去变成白牌的这个基站变成 RU、DU 跟 CU那这个 ORAN 的设备商呢它可能就会面临或者是这个 small cell 的设备商 就会面临这个5G 制裁的收费的问题啊。那这个 RU、DU、CU 呢啊，这个 breakdown 就会都是不同的 vendor 啊。那这个5G 呢，到底是只跟 radio unit 的这个设备商收费呢，还是还要包括这个 DU 跟 CU 啊？这个其实目前都还不清楚啊。那这个传统的 telecom 的这个 operator 还有这个 equipment 啊，它也都会进来啊，像 Nokia、Erickson 啊，他们也都会进来啊，这个 Open RAN 的这个市场啊。那还有新的进来的这个 ODM、OEM 的这个 vendor 啊，那到底要如何的对谁收费，如何的收费啊？那还有这个收费的这个标准如何的建立所以会有这个现有的这个 equipment 的 supplier 这个 unit base 这个 price base 如何的计算，这些都会构成新的挑战那如何计算这个 royalty 是 platform base 呢，还是 patent pooling 的是一个 license 那这些呢这目前呢都还在发展当中还有就是这个我们刚刚说会有这个未来的这个平台，还有这个汽车汽车会进到这个5G 的这个产业里面来那汽车本身就是一个行动的 platform 所以对这个 SEP 5G 的 SP 制裁的这个所有人这个汽车呢它就会跟传统的智慧手机一样，它就会变成一个收费的一个对象那问题是这个是一个新的收费的对象那这个汽车里面有这么多个这个 device， 那到底要如何的收费它的这个单位要如何的计算，它的这个费用的基础是什么那一般手机都是用手机的这个售价手机的这个 selling price 来做这个收费这个费用的这个计算但是汽车它这个售价高很多是手机的可能2个 order 的售价100倍的售价那但是汽车其实它大部分的价值跟成本又不见得是来自于这个5G 的这个技术的本身，不像手机它的主要的功能就是行动通讯，那车子并不完全是，并不是它是它的这个附加的一个功能它这个5G NR 是它的 partial 的 value所以你用整台车子来的这个售价来计算这个收费呢，那这个车子的这个车厂呢它一定不会一定不会同意但是这个 connected 就是 connected car 的这个市场又很大到2020年大概是53.9个 billion到2025年会成长到这个166个 billion 所以这个市场很大所以这个5G 的这个授权制裁的收费呢势必会进来这一块这个汽车的这个车联网的这个收费。那最后就是这个关于这个物联网的这个收费那个5G 它另外一个重要的一个面向我们刚刚说就是大量的连接做连接这个物联网那物联网的这个 device 非常非常的多样非常多那这个所以在这个物联网的领域里面呢那又要如何去做5G 的这个制裁权的这个授权的收费它的收费的对象是什么 谁是授权的对象，那这个授权金的计算的基础又是什么？那这也是会在这个物联网可能会将来会碰到的问题。那我们觉得未来最可能的一个方式发生呢，还是会是一个 one stop shopping 的一个模式，它会以某个主要的一个平台，主要一个平台来做收费，或是用一个 pattern pooling 的一个方式，来做收费。最后做一个总结，就是这个5G 的这个New Radio 呢，它会有一个新的一个发展的一个趋势，会改变这个社会，会产生很多新形态的建设、新形态的应用，那跟新的机会。那因为这些新的这个形态呢，跟新的应用跟这个建设呢，那它整个这个 IP 的这个策略呢，它就会带来新的挑战，对这个新的 paradigm，像就包括我们刚刚说的，像这个汽车还有这个物联网，就会带来这个新的挑战。那以上报告，谢谢大家。
非常谢谢吴仁明所长所带来的精彩分享，谢谢。接下来是今天精彩的高峰座谈。今天邀请到的与谈来宾们在智慧财产权领域都有非常丰富的实务经验。今天我们将以 5G 经济与创新科技为题，邀请与会来宾分享宝贵的观察以及见解。接着我们就将主持棒交给今天的座谈主持人，数位时代王志仁总主笔。
大家好，我是数位时代杂志总主笔王志仁，欢迎大家来到今天下午的 5G 经济与创新科技的高峰座谈。随着 5G 技术落地，为通讯产业及物联网时代开启了新纪元。高速低延迟的特性驱动科技产业发展，带来重大创新，也为企业的智能转型注入活力。全球主要国家皆加快推动 5G 建设，在创新科技的研发角力中，国家及企业对制裁精准布局，也是掌握关键竞争力的必修课题。专利是征战市场不可或缺的利器，专利布局的胜利将直接影响国家及企业在 5G 经济发展以及创新科技的发展的局面，是决胜关键。今天我们很高兴请来4位业界的来宾，与我们分享他们展望 5G 带动经济以及科技发展的新未来，深入探讨产业在科技竞逐的同时，如何布局制裁权与相关应用策略，让 5G 制裁成为台湾企业与世界接轨的竞争力。那我们今天邀请来的4位来宾，分别是联发科技的林美惠副总经理，欢迎林副总，以及台积电的陈碧丽副法务长。接下来还有宏基集团的吴丽娟全球法务长，以及宏达电的卢家德副总及法务长。那接下来呢，就要进入到我们今天高峰座谈的第一个问题。台湾拥有丰沛的前瞻技术动能，在全球半导体、资通讯产品供应链中举足轻重，在研发上也投入了大量资源，创造出庞大的智慧资产。在创新步调加速、市场竞争越来越激烈的情况下，有越来越多的企业采取积极主动的制裁管理策略，创造制裁的价值。那我想请教的是，我们今天的4位贵宾会如何看待台湾目前在国际科技竞争中扮演的角色，以及未来该如何主动透过积极布局专利技术来掌握国际的竞争态势？那首先这个问题要先请教的是联发科的林美惠副总经理。
是，谢谢。首先我先非常感谢IPBC 台湾大会的一个邀请，然后也谢谢志仁总主笔。那关于第一个问题，我想可以聚焦在2件事情上面。第一个就是所谓的竞争，那第二个部分是所谓的专利。那我朝这2个方向来做一个简单的我个人看法的一个分享。首先在竞争的部分，我想所有的企业在它刚开始创设，一直到它逐渐的成长壮大的过程当中，它都有很多关于产品 或者是技术在 roadmap 上面的一些思维跟布局。那么以联发科为例的话，各位可以看到这个一个很简单的数据，以全球前10大的这个半导体供应商来讲，在今年的第2季，其实联发科已经打败德州仪器，来到了这个第9名。那我们在今年的第2季，光是第2季，我们的营收也来到了将近美金4.5个 billion。那这样子的一个成绩呢，它是在台湾的半导体界、IC 设计界里面的第1名，那仅次于我们的 TSMC。从这个角度来看的话，我觉得我要强调的一件事情就是说，我们的这个核心的技术跟核心的产品，其实是将我们公司带往竞争一个非常重要的一个脉络跟方向。但是随着带往竞争的这样子的一个好的方向，我们需要有很坚强的这个专利，还有所谓的智慧财产权这样子无形资产在后面作为一个 backup。那么各位可以从简报上面这边简单的看到，以目前在 USPTO 来讲的话，全球这个 file 这个专利呢数字最多的 IC 设计公司，台湾来讲的话还是以 MediaTek 为首的。那么在下一页的话呢，各位可以看到，我们在主要的 core technology 里面，包括所谓的 multimedia 这个部分呢，我们其实在 ADC、HEVC、VVC 等等的这些所谓的标准规格的这个跟进上面呢，我们都有非常重要、位居全球第4名的一个影响力。那还有一个呢，是我们在这个无线通讯领域，虽然联发科进去的比较晚一点，是从 WiFi 5开始，可是在6的部分，其实我们现在在全球已经居于一个非常重要的领先地位。那么未来 WiFi 7也会更加的这个茁壮，居于一个领导的一个地位。所以我想最后一个东西是提到这个 Essential 5G 的 patent 的部分，不管从质跟量来讲的话呢，目前我们在全球也是排名到第8。那以这样子一个成绩来讲，我想我要强调的就是说，联发科技在面对专利布局、面对国际竞争的这个角度来看，其实我们的不二法门就是第一个，在所谓的 core technology、core product 的部分，我们是有一个非常明确的一个定位。然后顺着这样子的所谓的 core technology、core product 的定位，我们从这里去把我们认为重要的专利的部分，把它整个开展出来，并且呢，希望在这个专利啦，还有其他智慧财产权的各方面呢，都做一个最妥善的应用。那至于如何的应用的话呢，我想我们后面还有机会再跟大家做一些介绍，我就先讲到这个地方，谢谢。
我们谢谢联发科的林美惠副总，帮我们简单介绍联发科目前的整个公司发展的状态，以及他们在专利上的一个大致的一个情况。那当然也恭喜他们，是说在今年第2季，其实在整个全球半导体公司，那这一份名单其实不只是 IC 设计公司，其实把晶圆代工也核算进来，他们赢过这个德州仪器，现在进到第9名。我想这个是一个好的成绩，那也期许就是说他们可以在这个榜单上再继续前进，那不要让只有台积电一家这么寂寞在前10名的这个名单上面。好，那接下来就是我们同样的问题要请教的是台积电的陈碧丽副法务长，怎么样？就是从台积电的角度怎么来看待，就是说台湾目前在国际科技竞争中扮演的角色，以及未来该如何透过主动积极布局专利技术来掌握国际的竞争态势。
是30多年来，台湾在国际科技的竞赛中，高科技产业发展很成功，所以在全球的电子、资讯和通讯等高科技产业供应链呢，扮演了举足轻重的角色。那另外一方面，我们来看我们面临的是怎样的挑战。第一是研发的投入跟先进国家相较仍然有差距。第二呢是缺乏关键的自有技术，所以技术的路超严重。第三呢，大陆厂商红色供应链的快速崛起。第四呢，未能有效掌握新兴科技，像 AI、IoT、Cloud 运算以及Big Data 这样的一个发展趋势。所以以台积电为例呢，我们是一个在30多年前呢创立了一个创新的商业模式。那在5G的产业中，台积电扮演的角色是什么呢？所有的 创新的心脏呢，就是半导体晶片。所以呢，台积电跟我们的客户联手了，打造了4G 到5G、AI 等产业的一个蓬勃发展。IC 是台积电的4企业核心价值，其中创新呢是公司成长的动力和泉源。创新是全面的，专利部署策略也要创新。台积公司成立的这样的一个专业分工的商业模式呢，使得全球半导体公司的排名重新洗牌。在这之前呢，半导体公司清一色都是 IDM， 也就是自己设计制造品牌的一个公司一条边。之后呢，在台积电成立之后，这个enable 了很多的所谓 fabless 跟 fablite， 他们只有负责IC 设计，而没有自己的晶圆厂的投资。可以看出来，在2020年的排名里面，有3家像Qualcomm、NVIDIA 都是我们的客户，已经要上前10大的半导体公司的排行榜。是，那投资创新呢，是我们持续在做的不管在人力方面或经费方面。2020年我们的研发经费来到37亿的美元，每年的这个研发经费呢，大概占总营收的8到10%。所以到今天，台积电已经成为全球最先进的半导体制造技术公司。从2018年领先量产7奈米，就超越了 Intel 跟 Samsung。那另外呢，在这个制造方面呢，我们在去年1年就用了200多项的技术，为500多位的客户生产了超过11000项的产品。这展现了非常大规模、多样性跟高弹性的一个制造卓越的能力。那另外在客户信任方面，因为我们特有的一个专业基体制造的一个商业模式呢，所以绝对不跟客户竞争，我们不自己设计，不是自己生产我们的产品，所以能够跟客户建立长期的互信跟双赢的合作关系。是的，所以这样的一个3大竞争优势，技术领先、卓越制造跟客户信任呢，让台积电成为全球第1大的半导体公司。我们的市值呢，到今天已经是全球的第8大。好，所以半导体的先进技术呢，能够打造人类更美好的生活，所以这是我们在整个产业链里面扮演的一个角色。那也因为这样子呢，台积电在2021年呢获得 IPBC 的企业创新奖。这是这个特别是在7奈米能够 enable 客户的创新，然后在各行各个产业领域呢有非常广泛的应用。那在专利布局方面，我们的半导体的技术越做越小，那我们的这个专利版图扩建呢是越来越大。所以在这个专利排行榜上面，我们在2020年在美国的专利申请跟获准呢都双创历史新高。那在台湾的专利申请呢也连续5年是排名第1。那在专利品质方面，我们的专利核准率非常高，也是占这个全球美国的专利权的排名第1来到这99%。是的，所以呢，我们的专利部署策略也让我们获得 IPBC 的另外一颗钻石，也就是全球专利实力评鉴半导体类组的第1名。谢谢。
好，我们谢谢台积电法务长 Billy 刚才很精彩的介绍。那从1987年成立以来到现在34年时间，那台积电其实也进步非常的快。那从早期也是从技术引进到技术自主，到现在的技术领先。那包含刚才 Billy 也谈到，就是说在7奈米、5奈米制程其实领先同业。那接下来在明年22年，我们看到台积电3奈米的制程基础也要量产，那这个也是领先同业。那许多的这些就是一般的公司都会好奇说，那我是先把公司做大之后有实力再来做专利，还是说这个我先做专利我才会做大？我想以台积电的例子来讲，非常明显，那就是后者啊。那我们讲就是说，台积电这个过程不但累积技术、申请专利，那在这个不断的壮大的过程当中，其实把自己也推上了这个行业的顶峰哦。那现在6300亿美金的市值，在半导体业是排第1，那也是 Intel 的将近3倍。我想这个都是过去30多年来不断的去累积技术跟专利的一个很实际的一个成果。好，那么接下来我们同样的问题要来请教的是宏基集团的吴丽娟法务长。那从宏基的角度会怎么来看待台湾目前在国际科技竞逐中扮演的角色，以及未来该如何主动透过在专利上面去布局，来掌握国际竞争的态势？
谢谢主持人。各位线上来宾大家好。 我是宏基吴丽娟哦，很高兴受邀参加今天创新科技论坛的高峰座谈啊。对于主持人所询问的这个问题呢，首先我想先介绍一下那个专利布局的一个管理策略啊。我相信每一家公司依照它的产品、技术还有市场定位，都有不同的专利布局策略，用这个策略来定管理和检视专利。那有的当然是用等级的，有的用分数，都很好。那我这里介绍的呢，是以那个专利可达到的一个目的呢，来定专利的一个管理策略。那我把目的分成6种，第一个是达到保护产品的一个目的，第二个是技术的价值，第三个呢就是能够达到防御的效果，第4个是攻击性，第5个就是能够让你的技术达到那个领导地位，第6个当然就是一个获利的一个目的啊。那用这些方法，你可以检视你的那个专利它的是强弱度怎样。那有的很强，当然能 cover1到6的目的都能兼顾，那有的当然只能1到2而已哦。然后从检视之后，你就知道你的专利破的强弱度是怎样，适合足够保护公司的产品，然后在哪个等级，那该如何加强，如何调整。我建议每个公司呢，不论它的专利破的大小，都有一个检视专利的一个强弱度哦，才能够加强专利的布局哦。那就台湾来讲，我觉得台湾的产业有非常大的一个技术动能，而且创造出非常强大的一个智慧资产哦。那当然有很多大厂。当然，他们也都有非常好的成果啊，在世界前几名，然后他们的专利也都非常的强。但是普遍的看台湾的厂商部，我是觉得大家未来或许可以把你的专利动能呢，都放在一些攻击性的专利，或是能够达到技术指导的目的的那个专利，或者是能够获利的专利方面呢去布局这样子。那至于如何呢？主动积极布局专利呢？掌握那个国际竞争的态势呢，我建议可以用下面的几个方法哦来促成哦。第一个就是说，在自己的产业呢维持一个领先的一个地位，那这里当然是从自己的专利去做提升延展的一个部分哈。那如果这个部分呢有一定的方向，那第二个呢？我很推荐大家多参加 SEP 专利的一个布局哦，也像我们通讯啊、4G、5G 专利的布局，这是我很推荐的一个布局。那当然，你加入了 SEP 专利的布局之后呢，慢慢的你就能够加入拟定技术规格、拟定标准技术规格，慢慢的你也能够主导技术规格的一个部分。那这里我想再介绍的2个概念，一个就是研发市场的一个经济学，因为从我在看很多国际大厂在研发专利的时候，其实他们不是只有研发然后申请专利，其实他们在研发或专利的申请都已经在布局，我以后如果去收取权利金，如果去布局，如果去分割，在哪些国家申请，那是只有软体导入还是硬体都有导入？从前面在布局的时候呢，就有做一些规范哦。那这个是很重要的一个部分，因为台湾厂商部分，如果以前都还在谈说如何 defense 啊，还不如多加入一些 SEP 专利，然后来做一些研发，啊，增加这边的动能。当然 ，SEP 专利的布局呢是很漫长，而且是花费很大的哦。这里我也再提供一个概念，就是说是可以产学研共同参与，不一定要自己做研发，你也可以跟产学研来共同发展，然后可以获取更大的一个专利的一个布局啊。以上这是我的看法跟建议，供大家参考。谢谢。
好，我们谢谢宏基集团的吴法务长，其实带来的关于，我想刚才他那个介绍其实蛮清楚，就是说你怎么样在专利的布局里面，从最基本的一个产品的保护到提升价值，那怎么样从所谓的防御到攻击哦？那我想台湾过去的厂商可能更多是处于在防御的这个角色，就是因为很多国外特别欧美的公司大概会到台湾来，针对有一些可能专利侵权的这个议题进行一些这种诉讼，或者是说这种一些纠纷。那当然，你经过这个过程之后，台湾的厂商现在也累积足够多的专利，其实我们也到了很多，其实到海外去找其他的这些可能竞争对手去，也许起诉或者求偿，这往攻击这个方向去走。那我想就是说，这个大概都是发展的一个过程哦。那当然也是对很多的公司来讲，就是说在整个专利的这件事情，它其实可以有不同的面向、不同的阶段，以及可能投入不同的资源，达到不同的目的的一个所谓的可能专利组合这样一个做法。 好，那接下来呢，我们要请到的是宏达电的卢嘉德副总及法务长。那同样的问题要请教，就是说，那从宏达电的角度，怎么来看待台湾目前在国际的科技竞争中扮演的角色，跟未来怎么样主动透过积极布局在专利技术上面来掌握新的国际态势？
好，谢谢主持人。在场的各位来宾，大家好，我是宏达电的卢嘉德。那今天很高兴能有机会参加创新科技论坛的座谈会。那我也在这边分享一下，在5G 的时代，那宏达电在这方面的创新科技是怎么样去布局跟实现。那其实从过去到现在，我们知道从大型电脑laptop 到我们的笔电，甚至是手机，这个时间的演进非常的快速，演算能力电脑演算能力也变得非常的强大，也让我们今年5G 的时代，其实让很多以前我们看似不可能的事情变成了可能。很多我们以前只能从纸面上看到的文件、看到的选项以及需要做的动作，我们现在可以透过虚拟实境的方式，甚至是人工智慧的方式，能够快速的演算与运行。那其实宏达电在这部分，从过去的智慧型手机发展到虚拟实境的头戴装置，其实我们也一直在研拟各种可以应用的场景以及创新科技发展的方向。那其实我们在这方面当然追求除了科技的发展，我们也很重视人性化，希望说这些科技能够真正为人类带来帮助。那这些科技与人类的这个需求的结合，其实我们是需要很多的想象力的。那其实，在5G 发展的这个年代，我们认为说，其实第一步，我们认为这个5G 的私人专业网络区域，其实是一个非常非常重要的一个发展方向。那我们之前也有发展一个新的产品叫5G号，它其实可以接收5G 的讯号，以及发送跟5G 同样强度的讯号给在室内或者是一定场域之内各种不同的装置去做应用。那其实我们可以想象，这个东西对整个企业未来的运用是非常重要的。我们前阵子也在高雄市政府的合作之下，也办了一个5G 试验场域的实验室示范。那在那边这个场域里面，我们可以透过这样的设置可以用一台机器对到多台的机器，都能够实现5G 网络的运行。那其实，在5G 这方面的部分呢，其实应用非常多，其实包含了无人汽车，包含了监控系统的发展，其实都是5G 网络接下来可能可以运行的方式。那当然也因为5G 网络的发展，我们认为其实很多新科技就出来了，包含区块链，包含了许多的加密技术，尤其是最近特别红的一个议题，就是这个 NFT，其实这样的平台发行，新的交易的模式发生，许多加密的技术其实都仰赖高速运行的网络环境，所以我们认为5G 的发展对这方面的产业都是非常有帮助的。那这也是宏达电在这方面近几年来一直积极发展的一些方向。那当然在 AR、VR 的情况，我们也发展了很多应用。除了一般娱乐性应用之外，其实我们发现对健康、对生活、对医疗也都会很有帮助的。其实我们发现这一些虚拟的运用，其实不仅止于在资讯的交换，其实我们发现在医疗教育上面，学生可以透过这些医疗的 VR， 可以更确实的体验到这些物体、这些器官以及这些病灶到底是如何呈现的。那甚至在手术，我们也发现这是非常有帮助的，帮助医生在跟病人在做术前的沟通、团队的沟通上面都会非常有效率。所以说，我们发现这些应用都是系于5G 这个高速网络运算的一些成果，以及这样的环境才能提供这样子不同的结果。包含我们透过了 VR， 透过了5G 网络，可以更加的了解到这个病灶它呈现的位置跟确定的地方。那我们认为说，这个科技未来对全人类甚至是台湾这方面都会很有帮助。那很高兴能够在这边分享一些浅见，谢谢。
好，我们谢谢宏达电的卢嘉德法务长跟我们分享，就是宏达电的整个专利布局，特别我想他刚才介绍到的这些一些在目前新的应用，包含像在区块链，包含像在这个虚拟实境，就是整合实境，就是 VR、AR 这一块，那包含还有在医疗方面，其实都是现在市场上很热门的新的技术应用。那这里面当然也牵涉到许多新的专利。那我想有关这个部分，我们可能在稍后的问题里面再来进一步请教，就是卢法务长这边。好，那接下来就是要进入到我们这个第二个阶段的这个问题的部分。那首先是关于专利的技术移转与产业合作。那这一块的话，就是要请教的是联发科的林美惠副总经理哦。那联发科一直是一个重视持续创新的企业。那在5G晶片市场的5G标准宣告专利 SEP 这边也拥有全球领先地位。那在需求量高、竞争激烈的5G战役里面，也创造了非常好的一个成绩。但在专利技术研发过程当中，除了竞争，也时常有专利合作与移转的一个需要。好的合作对象经常能够达到事半功倍的一个效果，那带来创新技术的发展。那想请林副总这边来分享，就是联发科在这个部分的相关经验，不管是在国内或者是跨国研发，那在技术移转的时候需要注意哪些事情以免影响到公司的权利？那同时在建立合作伙伴关系的时候，又有哪些技巧可以帮助公司取得一个良好的专利合作伙伴？
是的，谢谢智仁。我想这个题目有一点首先我希望能够做一点澄清的哈，就是说，其实在国际间彼此合作的过程当中，专利的移转或合作呢，它很重要，可是它不是唯一。那通常我们会更重视的是所谓的技术的授权或者是技术的移转。那么这里所谓的技术呢，它其实比较多的成分是包括营业秘密、包括著作权等等。这方面的无体财产权的一个保护。那么诚如刚刚这个智仁提到的，联发科技在过去的确有非常非常多的产业经验关于如何跟人家做一个这个技术授权的部分。那我想技术移转的部分呢，我们比较是像是集团内部会去做一个技术的移转。那如果是在集团的外部的话，我们通常会比较着重的是技术的授权。那技术授权其实原因非常非常的简单，因为大家知道比方说一个智慧型的手机，它的这个技术呢有上千种、上万种，你不需要每一种技术都靠自己来。因此呢，在这个过程当中呢，我们比较会去做一个规划。当公司比较小的时候呢，我们可能会去循着这个我们的技术的 roadmap， 然后看看呢在哪一块我们有所欠缺，然后去市场上寻找适合来做这个技术合作、技术授权的一个对象。那么当公司比较大了之后呢，我们比较可能靠的是一个所谓的策略投资，或者是呢一个并购的方式呢，来取得我们所需要的技术。那我举这个业界非常著名的几个例子，比方说像 NXP， 在过去它曾经这个并购过 Freescale， 然后呢透过 Freescale 的并购案呢，取得在它的全方位的这个产品线的一个技术的补充得到非常大的一个 synergy。那又比如说前一阵子非常非常有名的 NVIDIA， 它想要并购这个 ARM。那基本上是着眼于它 CPU 上面的一个非常具世界领导性地位的一个 technology。那还有一个也是前一阵子非常有名的，就是 Qualcomm 呢，它想要去并购这个 Nuvia。那主要呢也是着重在 CPU 上面的 RISC-V 相关的一个技术。那像这样子的一个所谓的策略性投资或者是并购呢，确实是取得一个重大的技术的一种很好的方式。那我接下来要谈的是，不管是大公司或小公司所做的这种技术移转、技术授权的这个过程当中 ，due diligence 都是最重要的一件事情。这个 due diligence 呢，不单单是包括这个技术是不是符合你们现在所要寻找、所需要的一个内涵，还包括它的 talent。它的 talent 呢，在未来是不是有足够的这个能力跟时间，能够这个提供你所需要的一个 training， 以及你所需要的一个 maintenance 的一个 effort， 如果他的 talent 的 pool 以及你们家自己的 talent pool 能够做一个 match 的话，那这才是将来技术移转的过程当中一个成功的一个重要的关键。因为我们在过去发现很多的技术移转，经常会欠缺 documentation 啊，包括 simulation verification 这些 data 呢，也可能是欠缺不足的。那凡此都会影响到这个技术授权的过程当中，是不是能够带来你想要的一个既得的一个效益？那我们最近也发现很多竞争对手或者是国际的大厂，他们除了在向third party vendor 呢去购买一些产品的过程当中，他们自己也想要有一些 in-house 的 solution。那因此我们经常面对的一个问题就是说，到底我是要靠 organic 的来开发，还是我应该要 inorganically 从外面去找技术把它授权进来？那这边其实提醒大家，其实你最需要重视的是3件事情。第一个 time to the market， 也就是说，如果你是在 in-house 来做这相关的这个研发的话，你需要多少的时间？你需要多大的团队？那么这样子的时间跟团队是不是能够符合你 time to the market 的一个需求？这个非常重要。第二点是关于 cost 的成本，你需要花多少人次、人年，然后来产出这样子的成熟的技术？还是说从外部你去拿到这样子的一个 license 呢？其实你马上就可以上手。那接下来你要注意的是，那 license fee 是不是够高？高到你可能是没有办法 afford 的。那类似成本的issue一定是非常重要的考量。最后一点重要的考量，当然就是所谓的 IP protection。我想一般的这个授权合约里头一定会有这个所谓 indemnity 啦，或者是这个 warranty 的条款。可是各位千万不要被骗了，以为有 indemnity 或 warranty 的条款就够了，其实这是不够的。因为常常这个licensor 呢，他可能这个店收一收就算了，你到时候其实是求偿无门的。所以关于专利的保护是否足够，也会是非常重要的因素之一。以上，谢谢。
好，我们谢谢联发科的林美惠副总经理一个我想蛮完整的一个解释，就是说在整个所谓的技术移转授权，到底来怎么进行？那我想特别提到是说，其实现在很多的所谓的专利是用并购的方式。那我想我们过去传统比较熟悉的并购，大概都是买营收或者买产能。那当然现在其实买技术很大一块，其实就是买所谓的专利哦。那特别我们在半导体行业过去这几年看到几个大的诟病人，像刚才他也举例，像之前像荷兰这个 NXP 恩智浦买 Freescale， 那包含像 NVIDIA 买 ARM， 当然这个案子现在还没有通过。或之前像 Qualcomm 买 Nuvig， 那更早之前其实还有 Broadcom 买 Qualcomm， 其实大概这个都是更多着眼于所谓的专利技术的取得。那不只是保护他自己，其实也有更积极的往外去进攻，进入到新的领域的这样的一个做法。那我想这个其实提到是说，所谓可能目前的公司来讲，我想不只是 IC 设计公司、半导体公司，而是说广泛的科技公司，就是当然内部的开发，所谓 organic growth 有机的成长是一个，但是这个往往太慢。那在这个竞争快速的情况之下，就是透过可能对外所谓的收购投资去加快这个速度。那结合外部的这个资源，其实也往往是一个可能更加去巩固自己本身专利的这个财产的一种做法。好，那接下来就是我们谈完这个技术移转跟产业合作，我们下一个跟专利有关的议题，我们要谈到的是科技创新与专利布局哦。那这个要请教的是台积电的陈碧丽副法务长。那台积电当然我想护国神山大家都很熟，那它的整个制程技术跟它的产能也领先全球。那在就是不但在它的晶圆代工这个领域有很多的新的突破，更连续5年蝉联台湾专利的冠军。那在过去30多年来，从1987年到现在，一直保持创新的能量，不断取得专利。那这件事到底怎么做到的？那同时面对来自世界各地的强劲的竞争对手，现在包含有三星，包含有 Intel。那当然我想，即便在中段的这个像是中国的中芯，或者是台湾的联电，那像 Global Foundry 这些公司其实也都虎视眈眈哦。那在制裁布局这个当中，其实也需要跨出国界。所以我想请教就是说，那陈副法务长在台积电过去在专利技术布局上做对了什么，让台积电可以拥有现在的优势？同时在国际专利布局的策略是什么？
是的，今天台积电在全球的专利自权的地位前所未有。那我们怎么做到的？我这里介绍两边签日，建构台积全球自权的战略版图。 这是我们的4大策略。第一是智权版图的部署战略，第二是战斗发明挖掘打造，第三是专利申请扩武建军，第四是智权版图阅兵整军。首先，我们的第一步骤是智权版图的部署战略。重要的工作项目包括智权竞争情报的监控、分析、因应跟活用，来掌握专利申请的趋势、竞争对手的动向、重点技术领域，还有实力的消长变化。然后根据我们的前瞻技术研发的蓝图，结合专利地图导航系统，可以在这个多如牛毛的这样的一个兵家必争之地呢，切入来规划智权产出的最大化以及最优化。另外，在全球的专利战区，也就是申请国的选择上面呢，主要包括的考虑因素有这个生产营运的基地国竞争对手的所在国、产品主要销售国以及诉讼可能的一个管辖国。那利用专利的分级管理呢，来做国家的部署。好，根据这个部署的策略呢，接着是做战斗发明的挖掘打造。在台积电，我们是多管齐下，例如像在这个前瞻的技术领域方面呢，我们是举办这个Spatial Mining 的 workshop， 透过这个前瞻发明的技术论坛，我们这2年来针对7个大项计划呢，办了非常多场这样的一个 workshop， 产出了超过1000多件的发明专利。另外呢，我们在跟研发单位紧密的合作，所以呢，问题之所在就是发明之所在。所以我们参加他们的研发计划的专案履历的计划，能够呢第一时间掌握这个计划的进度以及研发的成果，那优先申请专利的保护。另外，在台积电有一个庞大的营业秘密管理的注册系统，我们在这个我常说营业秘密像海底下的冰山，专利呢是浮出海面的冰山一角，所以我们也积极的挖掘这个最具战略价值的专利冰山一角。刚也提到这个在这个透过这样的一个 workshop 呢，我们产出了1000多件的专利，然后让发明人能够在这个场合里面这个透过脑力激荡来做全方位的一个发明的创新。那专利的这个布局呢，在台积电不只是半导体制程技术，我们对于我们的技术能够应用的这个各个的这个系统产品的平台呢，我们也做衍生性的一个全面的保护。好，接下来是专利申请的一个全程的作业。我们在这个有一套严谨的专利的评审分级管理机制，透过4项核心的这个评审指标，那交互运算产生了将近100多种的一个组合，然后再透过我们所谓的16宫格的专利的分级管理呢，来决定要不要对外申请专利，或者是对内作为营业秘密的保护。那对外申请的专利的部分呢，我们分了4级来做不同的一个管理。好，举例来看，在专利申请方面呢，我们的说明书要透过这个特别的qualification 的律师才能够写我们高 tier 的专利。那另外对于说明书的篇幅，还有 claim 的项次，以及跟审查委员的 interview 这上面呢，我们也根据这个 tier 做不同的一个管理的要求。那另外在申请国家的一个部署，以及专利家族的一个扩展上面呢，也根据这个 tier 来做不同的管理。接下来介绍一个专利家族的扩展的一个例子FinFET 是我们一项很重要的半导体技术。那单兵专利是没有作战力的，所以我们单一的发明呢，透过母子案的一个专利家族的族谱的展开呢，建立了一个紧密的专利的火力网，那我们的竞争对手呢是无可回避。最后来到智权版图的阅兵整军这个专利的全球的资产呢，我们会定期的做一个盘点然后做新陈代谢这个汰旧换新的，让整个版图能够最大化、最强化也最优化。那另外呢，专利不只是一项资产，它更是一个武器所以呢，我们要定期的阅兵整军，知道这个各个技术领域有哪些这个所谓的杀手级的专利，所以一旦有专利战争的时候，我们能够立即征召，然后呢上战场发挥最大的战力。 另外，针对这个半导体产业，我们的专利板块的移动，还有市场交易呢，我们也密切的监控，才能够这个知己知彼，然后在平常做好战备。所以2020年是我们在专利布局成果上面一个丰收的一年。刚刚提到，在美国专利申请跟获准我们都创历史新高，那在台湾也持续保持第一。那当然，这一切我们也要感谢我们的这个发明人，我们的专利产出部门，所以我们也在举办年度的专利风云奖，来表达我们对他们的这个感谢跟敬意。这就是分享到这里，谢谢。
谢谢台积电副法务长 Billy 刚才很详细的介绍。那我想其实这一边也很清楚的告诉大家，就是说，那专利其实不只是研究人员闷头在实验室里面去做研究，其实也要打开这个实验室的门，走到国外去看这些新的论坛、新的同业在做些什么。那回到公司之后呢，你必须要跟公司的发展策略，还有跟你的法务人员，其实三方都要坐下来去沟通、去了解。那最好说这3件事情的走向是一致的。那我想看到这样的一个发展，如果是台积电的这个客户或者是合作伙伴，会很放心。当如果是台积电竞争对手的话，也会比较担心说，看起来它这个相对的专利的这个布局跟规划是做得非常的完整啊。好，那接下来呢，我们的议题要来到就是谈专利管理跟价值提升。那我们要请教宏基集团的全球法务长吴丽娟。那宏基集团在专利布局当中，不断以创新技术发展电脑的跟周边设备，那打造独特的产品线。那专利需要生命周期管理，以确保符合公司的未来发展方向。那请问吴法务长如何透过专利管理来实现制裁的价值？那随着专利数量的成长，有哪些做法可以强化专利组合，发挥专利优势，让制裁的价值可以再往上提升？
谢谢主持人啊。就我们公司来讲，公司是终端产品，而且我们的产品线也非常的多。在专利布局上呢，就是要多方的考量，你才能面面俱到 cover 到每一个产品。当初我们也是花了非常多的心思在规划这样子的一个专利布局哦。所以在这里呢，我也先介绍一下2套的一个管理策略，一个就是专利申请和管理策略，另外一个就是研发的一个管理策略哦。那专利申请和管理策略呢，我要介绍的是说，我们是用重点专利的管理。那第二个呢，我们是申请国家的一个考量，分本体的考量。第三个呢，对于来源来讲，除了自行研发以外呢，我们也有outside 的 acquire 的取得来源多样的一个考量哦。那第4个就是核准专利的一个管理策略，因为我们累积多年以来，我们专利量也非常的大，所以我们的专利管理是主动积极的管理，而且是滚动式的管理，而是每一年定期的管理。那我们会配合市场的考量，还有公司费用的资源这方面呢，对专利很积极的一个管理。那这是专利申请方面的。那关于呢专利的研发方面的部分呢，我们会要求呢，对于让 RD 呢，还有我们专利工程师呢，对于公司的研发的部分，能够对于技术的趋势能够搭配，能够了解未来的部分了。所以我们会要求他们说，要随时掌握公司的产品走向啊，未来趋势，还有你要了解市场的技术，还有新技术，还有未来的新技术，这是避免就是说我们专利的申请后面变成只是单独的 RD 研发，那你就拿去申请了这样子的一个比较窠臼的做法。那我们就是利用这3套，就把我前面所介绍的一个专利的一个目的方面的一个策略，把我这一套的申请和管理策略，还有呢研发的一个策略呢，形成我们基本的一个管理方法。那原则上呢，我们会让我们每一个产品、每个技术呢，一定有专利保护。那当然，专利保护你强的呢，保护的国家就多一点，时间就长一点。那比较基本的专利的，我们可能就是申请的国家会少一点点，或者维护年限短一点。但是我们会很简单有序的去管理的专利的申请和它的每天的一个部分哦。那对于主持人所讲的，就是说，这中间如何去强化专利组合，发挥它的优势哦。这里呢，我也介绍几个方法。基本上我们的方法就是重点专利的一个管理。我们会利用重点专利。那所谓重点专利，比如说你去盘点你的 patent pool， 你就知道哪些是你的重点专利。还有你年度发展也有年度发展专利、重点专利，还有长期你公司也有一个发展的一个专利。我们会利用这些重点专利为基本呢往下发展， 比如说我们会去让它增加那个纵向、横向的发展，或增加一些延续案。那这样子形成了一个基本的一个 patent pool 之后呢，后面我们就会强化这样子的一个专利包，让它就让它更强化一点点。那有专利包之后，我们会再去看公司的竞争对手是谁，产品线有什么，还有技术有什么，我们会建立多个专利组合，让这些专利组合形成一个很强的一个基础。接下来呢，这些专利组合就会变成公司企业的一个专利墙。就是让你的能量这个专利部分就变得很强哦。那当然专利量现在非常的大，你一定是要主动积极的一个管理，所以你到后面你一定要汰弱留强。那汰弱留强很早期我们可能只是很消极的去不maintain而已哦，但是短期的部分呢，我们会变得呢去做一些整理起来去做一个授权的部分，或者去处理，然后做一个正面的正向的一个循环。我们希望能够达到，就是说，专利呢，从你自己的布局，然后到后面的管理跟它的授权跟处理，能够一个正向的循环，让公司在这方面的 cost 会越来越少。以上是我的分享，谢谢。
好，我们谢谢宏基集团的吴丽娟法务长给我们介绍，就是说宏基在专利管理跟价值提升这一块的做法。那我想，其实他刚才介绍这个关于就是说一个所谓的投资组合那从这个组合里面要去找出就是说建立所谓的专利墙。那特别是我想这个专利的概念不是说越多越好就是你需要整理，那这个过程当中你要汰弱则强，留下有用的，可能把一些久远的或者说可能现在相关比较不需要的也要就是视情况要淘汰。所以它其实是一个不断的就是说也是一个筛选，然后就是视情况就是去调整的一个过程，不是说可能就把它摆到仓库里面去，越堆越多越好的这样一个概念。好，那接下来呢，我们要谈的跟专利有关的议题，要进入到专利开发跟交易评估哦。那这一块我们要请到的是宏达电的卢家的法务长来帮我们分享。那宏达电除了持续发展手机事业之外，近年也积极投入关于AI 跟 VR 应用在医疗产业跟新领域的开发。那刚才卢法务长在前面的那个就是问题回答里面大概简单有提到，那特别是说在新领域的开发促成专利数量大幅增加，同时他们也入选2020年德温特全球100大创新机构。那除了自行开发之外，购买专利也是一项有效率的一个做法。所以这边请教卢副总的是说，从自行开发跟专利购买之间，怎么样去评估对公司最有利的一个做法？那说选择是做专利的交易，有哪些需要注意的面向，可以为企业创造更大的一个收益？
谢谢主持人。其实关于如何取得专利，在交易上面应该注意什么样的事情？其实我们在这方面其实最近几年有蛮多的发展，也蛮多的经验，也希望能够在这边跟大家分享一下。其实5G 时代的来临，我们现在其实讲求的是更多的合作。那其实不仅是专利而已，其实包含了许多的 IP， 包含了著作权、商标或营业秘密等等。其实各式各样的 IP 我们都需要合作。那其实在宏达电，我们在虚拟实境的发展上，我们也一直在推所谓的平台虚拟实境的内容平台那 Viport 是我们的商城，里面有非常多的内容。其实宏达电自己是没有办法开发出所有的内容，所以我们必须要去尽可能找好的内容开发商，能够在这样的平台提供这样子的服务。所以说我们是透过有的是透过委托开发，有些是透过合作，那也有很多其实是透过策略性投资。其实最近几年有非常多的新兴产业他们都在做这样子的发展。那我们也一直关切这一些新公司的发展，所以我们在这种发展的过程之中，我们希望能够透过合作或投资，能够取得他们 IP 一定的使用权。当然我们有时候会在这样子的投资或合作间接或直接变成日后的交易。那当然在交易的过程，我们必须非常注意的是这个 IP 这个专利它是不是能够独自运行，或者它的实施或使用是架设在一定的前提之下，甚至是别人专利之上。 那它有什么样的专利障碍在上面，或有什么其他的义务，其实这都是需要在交易之前或合作之前去清楚分析与了解的。那当然在软硬体上面除了软体的技术演算法以及内容的平台，其实硬体技术我们也常常跟不同的合作厂商合作例如说我们的 VR 装置，我们有很多的追踪技术，也都是跟合作伙伴一同开发，或者是取得授权在我们的产品上面得以应用。所以在这方面我们的认为是在专利的策略或者是 IP 的策略，那在 5G 的年代，因为应用的领域有些是非常的新，有些是非常的广，其实我们的想法跟方向其实是能够多接触跟这些新兴厂商或者是一些新兴企业，他们有非常多很好的想法。那我觉得网络现在也非常的发达那很多资讯其实常常出现在我们眼前，只是我们没有注意到的。那这些都是非常有用和珍贵的资讯。那所以说，我认为在现在这个年代合作是必须的那交易其实它有各种不同的形式，甚至有很多的交易它是在取得 talents 取得人才，在取得人才的前提之下，其实也希望这些人才能够使用这个企业所需要的一定技术。所以现在有很多所谓的人才并购，其实它背后隐藏的就是技术的移转跟技术的并购，因为他希望这一批人才能够达到提供一定技术的这个成果。那其实这种方式也越来越热门。那当然这些人才他的技术背景或者是他能够应用的技术到达什么程度，也需要在交易之前每个公司在做 due diligence 的时候需要非常注意的部分。那我也在跟各位分享一下在我们这方面合作的对象，其实例如说我们跟许多医疗器材公司合作，也跟许多医疗内容的提供者合作，才有办法发展出这样子的技术跟这样子的服务。那包含说在应用在医院、应用在手术上面这方面都是非常先进的，这也不是我们独立能够自己完全独立开发就能够完成的。所以我相信在这个年代合作是必须的。那去了解自己公司强项是什么，那在应用上面所需求是什么，我觉得是非常重要的。谢谢。
好，我们也谢谢宏达电的卢家德法务长给我们介绍在专利开发跟交易评估这一方面的一些他们的做法。那我想特别是他提到的是，现在其实很多的这些科技领域是互相跨界、互相整合。那当然就说，那这个过程里面，其实你去透过交易或透过并购、收购取得技术跟专利的背后，其实很重要一点也是要取得人才那这个就变成其实人才是产生专利的一个源头。所以当然那些已经是去登记注册的专利是一个重点以外，就是说可能后续会再发展新的技术或者再往下走的这些人才，也是在这个所谓的透过收购所取得一个非常重要的一个资产。好，那接下来呢，我下一个问题要请教的是我们今天的这个4位的来宾那回到5G， 就是说现在整个落地应用的各种商机跟市场非常的蓬勃，那未来还会持续有很多新的创新的应用跟服务会落地实现。那企业如何善用专利布局来实现科技价值，占领产业布局的一个滩头堡呢？那这个问题要请教4位来宾。那同样，我先从联发科的林美惠副总经理这边开始。
是，谢谢智仁。我想谈到这个5G 这个全台湾的厂商都非常非常的有感那我想最主要的是我们最近也大家一直在谈一个所谓的5G ORAN 的这样的一个 alliance 那我想从这里开始来谈起。那我想众所周知过去在4G 以前的一个年代呢，我们所有的这个电信设备等等呢，都是由几家的这个国外的厂商所独占。那最近因为这个中美贸易脱钩、技术脱钩的一些原因呢， 导致美国那边呢就极力的在发展这个所谓的 O-RAN Alliance。那它主要的目的呢，当然就是希望能够吸引一些所谓的白牌厂商进入到这个所谓的设备的这个领域，然后呢，能够这个尽量的不再去使用过去在市场上独占的一些厂商的这些产品。那我想从这里谈起哈，这个 O-RAN Alliance 的这个被强化之后呢，很多的台湾厂商开始了有了很多的机会，包括在 CU 呢，在 DU 这一方面呢，软硬体的部分呢，他们都可以透过一个比较开放式的一个定义界面呢，然后找到从中间介入的一个商机。那在这个过程当中，对于台湾厂商，当然有一件事情非常重要，是他们需要去把握的，就是在 O-RAN Alliance 这个运作的过程当中，就像刚刚吴法务长提到的，我们必须要设法去从它这个所谓的采用的这个产品的标准，它所制定的标准以及技术规范等等方面呢，去掌握一些话语权，得到一些主导权。好，那么这个时候呢，才能够搭配我自己厂商本身的一些技术上面的优势，然后以至于我的产品能够顺利的介入到那个市场上面去。所以我想这个题目往下面去延伸下去，我想要提到的就是说，专利的布局本身哈，刚刚吴法务长有提到国际标准的制定的介入，一些国际重要学会、一些年会的参与都是非常重要的。这个是在早期将你公司的技术的能量能够得到一定的发挥，然后在专利的制定上面呢，能够得到一个正确方向的一个布局的一个很重要的关键。那除此之外呢，其实专利的活用也是非常重要的。也就是说，当公司小的时候，你要去冲量；可是等到公司变大的时候，你再也不是冲量的一个时候，而是应该要专注在某一些特定的领域。OK， 那么过去已经拿到的专利，你也不一定要100%的去养它，因为专利的维护费用其实是非常昂贵的。那更重要的一个观念是，最近在整个产业界非常流行的，就是说有一些重要的专利，不见得要自己生。因为我们知道生专利其实也是一件非常辛苦的事情，而且你也不太可能会面面俱到。因此，最近在国际间呢，非常流行所谓的专利共享平台。好，那么比较有名的，我举一些例子哈，这个属于我们台湾的厂商公司可以介入的，例如说像 RPX、AST 这样子的一个专利平台。不过这样的专利平台呢，它都是比较属于防御型的一个组织，或者是无效防御的一个专利平台。那它比较没有办法呢，拿来当做是这个积极型的这个所谓的攻击型的的一个平台。那么最近呢，其实在工研院的这个领导之下呢，国内的厂商，包括联发科在内呢，我们也开始想要组一个类似的一个所谓的 IP Bank， 希望呢能够透过这个目前国际一些专利平台的一些实施的效益，然后并且搭配上一些台湾厂商在这方面所需要的一些需求，然后希望能够找出一个适合台湾厂商的一个属于专利平台的商业模式。那我们也非常希望能够成功，也欢迎各界给予我们很多的支持跟给我很多的建议。谢谢。
好，谢谢联发科的林美惠副总经理。我想他分享的其实关于就是说，专利除了自行开发，除了可能比如说对外取得，透过购并或者是就是合作，那接下来其实包含这个所谓专利平台或者是专利银行的概念，就是说可能更多其实大家类似像是这种所谓的联盟成员的形式来共同合作，可能出一部分自己的专利，但将它授权可以使用别人的专利。那这个是可能下一个世代的这种所谓的专利战，或者说可能专利发展的一个新的一个方向。那接下来同样的问题，我们要请教的是台积电的陈碧丽副法务长，就关于就是说，那企业如何善用专利布局实现科技价值来占领产业布局的一个滩头堡。
是针对这个问题，我们要先确立智权法务在公司里面的一个策略目标。那这是我提出来，第一是要捍卫全球的营运活动自由，第二是要保护公司创新技术领先地位，第三是强化公司市场整体的竞争优势，第四呢是树立公司在产业界一个智权的卓越的声誉。好，那按照这样的目标呢， 我们来刚看过这个4大这个部署的策略，接下来我们专利的申请不再是为数量，不是在为排名，而是在能够实化公司创新技术的一个最大价值。那专利呢，可以在专利交互授权谈判跟竞争者的授权谈判上面能够作为这个筹码。另外呢，如果有专利战争的时候，也可以作为反制保卫的一个作战武器。另外，专利呢也可以作为跟同业这个专利技术整合策略联盟的一个投入另外，在专利组合销售方面呢，授权实施，这都是一个很重要的竞争的武器跟工具。刚刚最后提到，专利资产也要定期的盘点维护，来保持这个版图最大化能够让专利价值使用跟活化呢也是最大化。好，那接下来我们来看看台湾企业在2020年的美国专利排名可以看出来，不管在专利申请或获证，除了台积电之外，其他的公司的排名是在100名之外。那在这个高科技竞争白热化专利这个地雷多如牛毛的时代，我们的专利的这个数量上面，这个相对是比较弱势的。所以呢，我们来看看在今年这个电子同业公会呢，以及这个工研院所推动的5G 产业的创新发展联盟里面，就注意到这个现象。可以看到，像华为、Samsung、Qualcomm， 他们在5G 的专利布局，专利数量都来到2-3万件以上所以呢，我们需要在这个除了加强自己的专利实力之外，也可以透过这样的一个策略联盟的方式来打国家队提升整体的一个在5G 上面的一个专利的竞争的实力。好，所以这是我刚刚提到5G 联盟的产业创新发展的一个这样的一个组织这也是这个今年一个新兴的一个做法好，那我们刚刚提到就是说专利的价值养兵千日，用兵一时。我认为专利最重要的一个作战价值就是来捍卫公司的营运自由。所以呢，在这里分享一下台积电在用兵一时、自权保卫反制攻防作战计划的一些做法。我们知道专利除了是竞争者，专利战争除了竞争者之外，在美国作为例子，有70%以上的原告是 NPE， 也就是由专利蟑螂来发动这些专利的战争。所以呢，在这里分享2个主要的一个专利诉讼的一个制胜的赢得策略。第一是有备无患台积这几年来呢，面对很多的专利的这个诉讼的挑战，特别是来自这个 NPE 的专利蟑螂的，所以我们已经树立我们的一个基本立场。因为台积是一个技术领先者所以我们呢自主发展自主的先进技术，所以呢，并且积极建构我们的专利版图跟营业秘密的保护。所以呢，我们不轻易这个妥协，我们对于诉讼是不求战也不畏战，并且有长期对抗取得最终胜利的决心、准备跟案例。那对于这种骚扰性的主张或者是诉讼，我们不妥协，以避免这个类似这样的情形的再重演。当然，我们也不排除这个商业跟法律层面的双赢的解决方案。所以呢，智权的这个攻防呢，战备计划平日就要做很多项目，像这个作战目标调查，这个产品的这个侵权产品的锁定分析的能力的建立，相关案例的研究，还有情资的收集，拟定我们整体的策略行动方案。所以台积电这几年来树立了相当多的国际的诉讼胜利的战果，包括我们专利撤销的能力呢是成功率100%高于所有的这个其他的业者。那另外呢，我们也提到第2个制胜的策略呢是不善屈人之兵，也就是寻求这个双赢的解决方案。这头可能包括这个 strategic 的 transaction， 还有像这个patent piece 的 syndication， 就是团购的这个授权那另外像 cross license 等等呢，这些都是包括策略联盟等等，都是这是可能的多元化的一个解决方案。好，这是我在用兵一时的一些分享，谢谢各位。
谢谢台积电的副法务长弟弟刚才的介绍。那当然，我想就是提到是说，在5G方面，现在台湾的厂商相对的这个专利数累积的都还是比较少。那所以就说，在专利发展方面，除了单打独斗之外，也要有能够成群结队的本事 那特别是刚才 Billy 特别强调是说，在很多国际现在发生的这个专利诉讼，其实有70%是来自所谓的专利蟑螂，就是它其实本身不是真正在研发这个技术，但是可能用某种方式取得之后，用它去控告别人的目的是要想办法获得赔偿。那像在这种过程里面，其实多数公司发展专利不主动求战，但也不畏战的。那我想这个其实是以专利作为一种所谓的竞争手段来讲，那当然你会碰到有良性竞争，也会碰到恶性竞争的。那这个都是在公司发展专利的过程里面必须要考量部署的一些战略。那现在同样的问题要请教的是宏基集团的吴丽娟法务长哦。那从这个5G 落地应用的各种商机和市场正在蓬勃，未来还会持续有许多创新应用跟服务落地实现。那从宏基的角度，如何善用专利布局来实现科技的价值，占领产业布局的滩头堡？
好，谢谢主持人哦。我们都知道5G 的技术运用非常的广啊，除了手机啊、PC 啊、汽车、影音娱乐，还有未来的所谓的智慧制造啊、医疗，还有能源、农业应用等等，都是5G 的一个商机哦。那商机其实代表就是 5G 布局的专利的一个价值所在。那10多年前呢，其实我们也是分析到，就是说通讯相关的技术的使用呢，它的行业会越来越多，而且它的产品会越来越多。所以呢，我们多年前就决定长期呢布局4G 跟5G 的专利。就像目前5G 的运用已经在起步了，那我相信未来它的运用价值会越来越高。那以我们目前来讲的话，产品线的一个也开始有在起步、在进入以外呢，其实我们专利已经也就开始就成为一个license啊，可以做一些处分跟收益的部分哦。那现在在介绍所谓的专利的价值的部分，其实又回到我前面所讲的专利布局的策略。这布局的策略是说，每一个专利可以达到的它的目标，那当然达到目标也代表它的价值所在。所以一个专利的部分呢，不要只看它所获利的部分，其实在中间过程里面，它就可以达到保护你的产品，还有技术的价值，还有你可以累积你的防御性，还有你的供给的能力，还有你可以达到你的技术领导的一个地位哦。那这里我再多介绍一点所谓的获利的一个部分啊。获利部分常常我们觉得啊，你去参加授权啊、license 啊，收一点权利金，或者你处分换一点现金进来，这是一种 profit 的进来。事实上有另外一种，就是说，当你拥有很强的专利的时候呢，你所需要付出的权利金，人家当你跟你收权利金，你付出权利金的金额其实也会降低的。另外一个就是说，就是专利诉讼也会减少。那这2个方面呢，消息方面，它所代表的价值其实是更高啊。这里可能大家都比较没有忽略去计算这个部分了。这里我跟大家分享一下这样子哦。那今天很高兴参加综合，那我就觉得综合今天我对于专利的 build up 跟管理呢，我综合的几点供大家参考一下，就是说，第一个应该制定一套管理制度。第2个要去盘点专利、检视专利，了解你专利的强弱度。接下来你就要滚动式的去管理你的专利的 patent portfolio。那专利数量大，就是不是要汰弱留强？那接下来就应该重点管理要重点专利的管理，增强它的 family 它的点线面发展哦。那第5个就是把提升的专利啊，能够 leading 的一个 position 啊。那接下来呢，我会建议多布局一些 SEP 的专利，然后参加一些标准规格的一个制定。那第7个就是说，你的 patent portfolio 我会建议呢多朝攻击性、主导性地位，还有获利部分的专利的来布局。那第8个当然就是说看专利的价值呢，它的很多的面向从它的正面的授权跟处分的获取以外呢，其实权利金的减少、专利诉讼减少，也是代表非常高的一个价值，都值得大家积极努力去布局的部分。那以上是我的分享，谢谢。
好，谢谢宏基集团的吴法务长。从宏基的角度来分享，我想就是说，这个所谓的去整理这个专利的这个组合，那从中找到就是说可以协助企业不只是发展，就包含说可能从这边也可以有一些变现，或者说可能获利的一些机会。我想这个对于整个在专利方面的投资也是一个非常重要的一个检核的一个指标哦。那接下来呢，要同样的问题要请教的是宏达电的卢家德法务长，就是说，那从宏达电的角度怎么来看，就是如何去善用这个专利布局，实现科技价值，占领产业的滩头堡？
谢谢主持人。
那其实，在5G 发展的年代，其实我们也经历过3G、4G 啊，甚至从2G 开始。那宏达电一直在这方面的专利布局一直非常重视。那我们也知道说，这个必要专利的布局是非常重要的，但是单独只靠自己在这方面的发展，其实我认为是有限的。其实在这个大环境之下，合作是必须的趋势。所以我们在专利的发展上面，除了自己持续针对自己强项的领域，也是所谓重要的专利，关键的专利，公司内部需要自己去 identify 出来之后，那在这方面多所琢磨，那也在申请上面要数量以及质量上面都需要加强以及注意。那除此之外，因为5G 这个发展的应用非常的多，它创新的科技其实非常多，所以我们在这方面也非常多的多元发展。所以在专利布局上，在各种不同的领域，我们也试着不但自己在这方面也做申请，也会跟一些合作的对象或者是一些策略投资的对象，在这上面也希望能够取得更多的专利。其实在未来，不管是您的合作伙伴，甚至是在诉讼上，其实谈判都会非常有帮助的。例如说在5G 领域下，我们认为人工智慧其实也是一个非常重要的应用领域。那在人工智慧领域上面，其实我们也知道，最近在专利申请上，自然语言以及影像辨识这方面的专利申请的数量是突然增加了许多，也在显示在这方面的发展是非常蓬勃的。像我们自己宏达电也在人工智慧应用在医疗领域上面去开发了一些平台，然后可以帮助医院去做很多的影像辨识，节省很多医疗的资源以及医院内部 process 的时间，那可以创造更多的效率、更多的时间，帮助医生去拯救更多的生命。那当然最近也很流行这个所谓的远距医疗，特别在疫情严重的这段期间，我们发现医疗资源特别的重要。那在没有办法随时随地去看到医生到医院到诊所的情况之下，其实很多的我们所谓的聊天机器人，或者是所谓的视讯诊查服务等等，现在会慢慢的越来越流行，也越来越重要。那这方面所谓自然语言的发展，这方面的专利布局，其实也都是一个可以大家参考发展的趋势。那其实我这边讲到的都只是其中几个部分，其实在各个领域上面，我们可以从专利的近几年来的申请数量，可以大致知道自己在整个领域的趋势里面占了多少的比重，以及重要性如何。那去多了解，我认为除了5G 的专利，当然前面林副总还有副法务长、法务长等都提到了必要专利的重要性。那我认为除了必要专利所谓的 SEP 布局之外，在这些相关重要的应用领域场景之下，这些专利其实也都值得投资。那我想在未来也都能够变成这个公司在跟别人合作甚至谈判都是非常有用的资产。谢谢。
好，我们谢谢宏达电的卢家德法务长的分享。那以上是我们今天关于5G 经济跟创新科技高峰座谈的这个内容的部分哦。那当然，我想就是说，整个5G 从大概2到3年前在全世界大范围的 roll out 推出之后，那到现在其实发展还是非常的快。那这个部分其实它有很多的新的应用是目前正在结合进来。那当然刚才几位都提到，就是说包含像AI、像 VR、AR 等等。那我想以后其实包含像 IoT、像自驾车都会进来。那所以就是说，在这个过程里面，其实我们看到从上游的半导体的业者，从 IC 设计到做这个晶圆代工，那到中下游的这些资通讯的产品的厂商，包含软体跟硬体，那其实都在积极的布局哦。那因为5G 的这个里面范围其实非常的庞大，所以很难有一家公司像过去在3G 或4G 的时代，像Qualcomm那样子，可能就占领绝对主导地位。在5G 大概也没有办法这样子，所以它势必会是一个就是大家需要合作，用联盟的方式来推进。那当然就是说一家通吃是不可能，但是当你两手空空要跟别人合作，大概也很难哦。所以就是说怎么样想办法自己要积累足够的专利，带着资源，这个联盟的门才会为你打开哦。 那刚刚也提到说，以后类似在5G这个范围里面所谓的专利平台或专利银行的概念，应该会成为一个合作的主流。那我想美国提出这个 ORAN 这个概念，其实现在在欧洲也在推进。我想这样台湾其实在这里面也会有一定的这个角色。那当我们也讨论到说，在先进的这个技术的这个一些机构里面，包含像 SEP， 台湾应该要更努力，业者要想办法在里面扮演更积极的一些重要的这个关键的角色。那当然我想说 5G 的这个范围其实也会跟其他的行业领域产生一些交集哦。那包含我想刚才提到是说有医疗的部分那所以这个里面以后关于跨界的合作，所以我想这个专利不只是说在 5G 这个只是资通讯半导体领域里面哦，那以后也许零售、医疗、物流等等其实都会再整合进来，所以我想也有不同的这些行业 domain 的一些 knowledge 的一些 IP pattern 要再整合进来，所以我想它其实是一个有趣的卷动，就是整个科技行业以及跟科技应用有关的行业大概都会包含进来。所以我想就是说这个其实我们今天的讨论才刚起头，许多的可能性接下来才要发生。那非常谢谢4位来宾今天跟我们带来很重要的精彩的分享，那也谢谢各位就是在线上透过就是线上来收看的这些观众。那希望大家都跟我一样，在今天这个1个小时当中有满满的一个收获。谢谢各位。
非常谢谢今天所有讲师带来的精彩分享，谢谢。也非常感谢各位来宾今天在线上热情参与2021 IPBC Taiwan 创新科技论坛，智胜5G，领航未来。最后也提醒大家，邀请您扫描荧幕上的 QR code， 填写电子问卷。我们将提供讲师简报的下载连结给您。同时呢，我们也会从填写问卷的来宾中抽出30位获得好礼，包括了数位时代的电子杂志、超商礼券或是咖啡吉祥券。再一次感谢各位今天的参与，谢谢，再见。